The YouTube stream should be started now. There was a leak. I don't want to look at it. We'll watch it live. Oh, easy. We'll watch it live. I mean, it's the reveal stream is literally in like a couple hours, right? The reveal stream is in a couple hours. I don't want to look at any leaks, right? Why ruin the pre-hype of it? Also, I want to do like a bingo board and stuff. It'll be more fun this way. Guys, if you're linking the leaks, do it in like DMs, okay? Don't do it in chat. If you want to look at it on your not in chat. I don't really want to be having it go around in chat. Good morning, Grims. How you doing, man? David Goldberg, I made it. Welcome, welcome. All right, treadmill is up and running. Just don't click it or don't link it in my chat. Simple, right? Bingo will be after we do Quad Ghost of Feared. We're gonna take this character into avoid Quad Ghost Feared, and it's either gonna die or it's gonna live. I'll have you know, I'm carrying the Cobra Lash build all the way to the end. Hopefully you're enjoying it, David. Cobra Lash was fun to start with, but I didn't really want to push it endgame because it was just turning into in-stacking. I wanted to change things up and do something else. That's why we swapped to the cold dot build after it. Practice a non-void forward. We will do some testing beforehand to get us an idea of where our character stands defensively. But I think there is a very good chance that we are going to be staring down the edge of this character's existence. So, to start off with, we are fixing this chess piece's implicits, which have max res and Viz taken as lightning, and we need to change that to being not that. Looks like the divines are going up. Does it deal damage if you test it at all? We did one King of the Mist and it seems okay, but we will improve some things. We have to do a cold exposure, a few other things. All right, Chaos Orbs, Grand Embers, 6 Sea Pop. So will probably get us max res, hopefully. Let's find out. So my thought process is we'll take max res to perfect, and then we will upgrade less damage taken per int. That is my thought process. So we're gonna look for max lightning res first. Hoi hoi, how you doing, man? Is this the time you get into House of Ears? No, I am done clicking cards. No more cards for me. No more cards for me. I am all done. I did my part yesterday. I wish you guys the best of luck in your guys' venture. But that is gonna be it for me. We have conflict orbs laying around. We do have some conflict orbs. Oh, yay, conflict orbs. How I've missed you. How I have missed you.
Well, make it happen.
How'd you open SJ? A little bit under 10,000 is what we did. A little bit under 10,000. All right, so that goes to exceptional. Okay. And now we need to take it to... Perfect. All right. Perfect max res acquired. We could go for exceptional to hit the yeah, that's not happening. We'll go for grand. We'll go for grand. We'll be a little bit reasonable with it.
I'll put the word out. Hello, hello, hello.
Void day indeed. We're down to the final progression of the character. Well, we're just gonna send it regardless. We're out of time. This character is very much like last minute throwing things together. There's like, even in hindsight, I thought overnight there's some things I want to change, but I don't have time for, like, significant changes of like how I'm doing the character as a whole. But there's no time. There's no time. You know, we just got to go with what we got. We just got to go with what we got and hope for the best. So we're gonna look for, honestly, I would like to get unique nearby, less damage, because the only time we're really in danger is when we're fighting one of the mobs. I realistically feel like that's the case. So if we could get unique, less damage taken from int, I think that would actually be the ideal situation. Are you gonna equip some flasks for the looks? I haven't decided what flasks we're gonna put on there, but yeah, we'll put on some flasks. I have not decided on a flask yet, but that would be part of the plan. Well, there's less damage per int. All right. Guess we're gonna go with that as is then. So that should take us up to 90 all res. So we have that now. Just put on 5 pro gens. I can't afford 5 pro gens. How rich do you guys think I am? What the hell? I just got money to do 5 pro gens? Only 1.2k lightning? Listen. Times are tough, okay? We were struggling to get everything fit in right, and quite frankly, I don't even think necessarily Choir of the Storm was the correct play, but there's no going back now. We're exposure. It is 3 wisdom scraps. We're working on what we got, man. Are there sources of exposure in Valdo maps? There probably are. There's also like quad ghosts can have curses. So right now we kind of need some overcap on res. So we very well may swap some resistances around potentially on some things. Will I leave PoE 1 for PoE 2? Am I going to be playing PoE 2? Yes. You can see in the title it says I'm going to be watching the reveal. I'm pretty excited about it, to be honest. Okay, so we're going to look for cold exposure, unique mob. Fire exposure. Nope. We want cold exposure.
The merry
Blood Mage alone. My 1.1 million spark tooltip. I hate to break it to you, but Blood Mage is probably getting hit. If they don't hit Blood Mage, I would be kind of surprised. I would be kind of surprised.
I should raise my fees.
Exceptional. Huh? Are we sure?
Hello.
Oh, conflict orbs. Oh, conflict orbs.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
Rocky out as a out of Louis. Very good chance they're gonna get nerfed. We will see. Maybe they'll make him wear. Pros Dragon Druid by a certain streamer. It better be there. I hope so too, man. I'm believing in the Dragon Druid. Let's try this again. Ah, yes.
I should raise my fees.
Okay.
Hello, hello. Ahoy there. All in order.
Your Druid has a cheese transformation. Did I hear Druid has a cheese? I don't believe you. Stop with the lies. Stop with the lies. I do not believe what you were saying right now.
We'll make it happen.
All right, exquisite. Upgrade. Why would you upgrade? That would allow me to finish.
All in order. I'll let you know. I should raise my...
There we go. That was worth it, maybe. I'm not so sure.
The merry...
Break out the grands. Cold res, trap throw speed. What would I actually want for this, realistically speaking? Chance to unnerve enemies on hit. Yep, that's good. Unnerve is more damage. More damage is good. Love Commodores, yep. I mean, it's only Grand Spectrums for the entire league. I was trading Grand Spectrums for like a week, like the latter half of the league.
Business.
But this sale I've had listed for, I think, over a week now. I just haven't been trading since then. I could have like relisted them or whatever, but no point. I also was opening a lot of Grand Spectrums card. That card's a fun gamble. Okay, so 90 all res capped, acquired. Do we do anything else? Oh, I want to divine like a couple pieces of gear to fix my reservation amount. Let's divine the prefixes on this shield. Do tinctures do anything for me? No. Well, I guess tincture could give me crit chance, actually. We could get a crit chance tincture. That would actually be kind of helpful. Overcap res? Yeah, we need to overcap res. We need to change some things around for it. Ideally. I could do that as simple as swapping this res to fire. Swapping my res cap to fire and cold. Or fire and lightning, or cold and light. Yeah, fire and lightning. What's this right now? All right, we need this to be high ES. Cool. How the rogue pack run go? Went well. I did 10 out of 10 Ubers. It was a good time. Back to Recoming Shield. The shield craft was a nightmare, man. Things were not going well. Things were not going well for the shield craft. Does this get me above the ES number? There we go. 40k even. Nice. But I'm gonna brick my res or unbrick my res. How much over cap should I go for? How much over cap should we go for? A little bit of crit reduction there. CB immune there. Realistically, if I swap this 40 to cold or to fire and then swap this to cold, we can get like 30 over as each, I think. Let's do count falling crystals. Sentinel or Graft damage increase. And we'll go cold resistance. No, I can't. Polarize is a mod though, right? Yeah, it is a mod. I'm not crazy.
I'd consider that.
Trying your Scion build, but man, it's hard trying to get over a 10k tooltip. Scion RF, 10k tooltip DPS. 10k tooltip, you get that like in the campaign. Do you mean 10 million tooltip? Is that what you mean? We could use one of these. Okay, I'll stick with this. So we'll get cold res plus some crit scaling. We'll swap this to be cold and lightning, and we'll swap this to be fire. Yeah, that's the way we could do that. To get a safety net for Ellie curses.
I must have time to gather my will.
Or I take this back to being 35. How much overcap do I actually need? Ellie weakness plus specific res curse. Is that what it is? This could just be lightning, actually. That gets us 35 over. I feel like that's probably safe. 35 over. Shield Sacred, 76. Can we get 77? Yes, we can. Have any reduced curse effects? I don't think I actually do right now. I don't think I could fit it. Yeah, I don't think I actually do right now. I mean, I could with this mastery, but that's more points than I can give up currently. Ooh, I could trade this for this, which will give more overcap. Go grab reservation efficiency here.
We'll make it happen.
Why are you wearing that belt? Why am I wearing that belt? Because it's cool. What do you mean? It's a thing of beauty. What are you talking about? All right, that gives us a bit more overcap. Now we're 45 overcap. The magic belt tech. Something like that. They went tattle on Connor. What would people be tattling on Connor for? Okay. What other thing do I need to do? I need to divine my Watcher's Eye. We're trying to get the PDR higher. If we can. We still need the gain 10. We needed to see gain 10 with like 8%. 7% good mana, good ES. That's pretty good. We'll take that. We will take that. You said 8%. Well, we got high ES roll. We got good mana roll. Sometimes, guys, you gotta know when to accept the current hit, okay? Sometimes you gotta know when to accept the current hit. You gotta say that's good enough. At some point, you have to have that in your vocabulary, okay? Because if you don't, you know, bad things can happen. 142 ES away. What can we do to fix that? Oh, our helmet for sure. For sure, our helmet. Let's try to divine the suffixes. We need to be 12 plus high int. That is a good ES, good mana roll. Let's try that. That might be enough if we sacred the helmet to get us above 40k. Just a quick 45. Just a quick, real quick 45. Just the quickest of 45 rolls. All right.
Business.
All right, grab a couple sacreds.
We'll make it happen.
133. Is this enough? Yes, it is. 40k acquired once again. Lance is expanding his vocabulary with synonyms for settling, something like that, I guess. What else do we need to do? I could forcibly reserve more mana. I don't think I want to deal with that. Alright, Flesh and Stone acquired, 40k ES, 90 res with now 45 over cap. We do have some okay armor with... What is that? 4 endurance charges, 16 plus 7, 23 PDR. That probably feels decent. For fizz mitigation, maybe. Feels okay.
Business.
Is there anything obvious that we are forgetting about that we need to do? Oh my... What the hell is this? The 270 roll? Nah, man, nah. That ain't right.
I'll put the word out. All in order. I'll let you know. Oh.
Can't believe I was divining all these other things and that I had a 270 roll just right in front of me. Just right there, causing problems.
All in order. I'll let you know.
300.
What do we ship? I should raise my fees.
Quick 3-0.
Well,
Quick
make it
300. There we go. Bother with divining the chess piece? Nah. That is fine. Crit strikes can be better. Hey, Mr. Plushow, how you doing, man? What's going on, dude? You preparing the character for something? Yep, we're gonna go into some void maps. And it's either gonna live or it's gonna die. 65 crit chance, that's a little bit better. Alright, any other obvious things we should change before we inevitably take this character to its surefire demise because we haven't really spent proper time vetting or preparing the character? Do we have said maps? No, we have 92D, so... MTX is important? Yeah, MTX is okay.
business. All in order. I'll let you know.
Almost time for our one map per league. I've probably done more maps than you have, Dark Sadistic. How about you watch your mouth? Alright, let's go ahead and do less damage. Equipped item. Player equipped. Torment, rare, unique. We're gonna start out with a not void map. So this has, and we can't do petrify, not petrification. Non-void? Well, we're doing a test. We're doing a test to see if the character even functions. That is what this is for. 2 shrine buffs. Oh, we need to have feared in it. Feared. What's the DPS? Oh, I have no idea. Might be kind of cooked. So we have one that bricks aura effect. There's a lot of adorned maps. I don't really want to run adorned right now. You're not prepped for the aura effect reduction. So I'll take that map out. Aura player. So this will give power charges, which will make them crit more often, which will make them more dangerous. All right. This will be a good test map. It also has 2 meters.
I'd consider that.
You think you have at least 20 million DPS? I kind of doubt that. We did a King of Mist. It was okay. It was definitely scuffed. All right. We have our curse. We have exposure. We have our cyclone. No guard skill. Our block is 75, 75. But I have to actually remember to do Frost Link and stuff. Let's see how this goes. This is our test map for Quad Ghost Feared. And it's going to tell us... Oh, you know what we were going to do, actually? -1 portal for this, but... How do we feel about Tincture? Crit, Tincture. Crit during, implicit. What is the crit, chance, melee, implicit? Is it this? Yeah, it's this. Increased effect of Tincture. Increased effect. I don't freaking know, man. So we can get this up to 262, 250. Gives increased effects. Melee, speed, during. Melee, attack. Increase weapon melee attack speed, is that it? My axe. Can we get any without the burn rate? Not mana burn rate. There we go. Divination Distillate. I was thinking I was just going to buy 5 of these and rotate them, and they're going to occasionally give me crit chance. That's what I was thinking. Every time I turn one off, I turn another on. I mean, I got nothing better to do with my flasks.
Nothing.
Ailment suffixes. Yeah, I guess I could have an ailment for ignite removal. We have shock solved for. We have freeze solved for. Rotating 3 of these. Rotate 4 of them. Screw it.
Oh dear.
Remove full flask, full. That's not the right mod. Enduring, eternal. There we go. No flasks, no utility flasks, guys. No utility flasks. That is the situation. All right, so let's go ahead and grab baubles.
I should raise my fees.
Let's bless. 140 or higher. All right, these all give us a bunch of attack speed. Yeah, we go to 92 crit chance. Almost critic capped now, guys. Look at that. Oh, they all go on cooldown? Wait, my master plan. Oh, I guess I didn't need to buy freaking 4 of them. I thought, you know what? This will work perfectly. No, it will not. No, it will not. That is really funny. Where's the damage? Where's the what do you mean where's the damage? It's a 2-meter map. I freaking can't do damage unless I have the tornado and I'm with it. Well, okay, I don't know actually if I need to be in the 2 meters or not, actually. That I don't know. But this is a map with 90% less damage. So you take any normal build in here, you deal like no damage. So the tornado and the grafts are definitely bypassing for sure, which is kind of nice. Did I forget to? I may have. My falling crystals don't seem to be actually hitting him. Falling crystals. While this graph will periodically fire icy mortars at enemies in the range that are chilled and or frozen. Are they like bugged or something? Because I don't see them shooting anything out. Like this guy's 100% chilled, but it's not shooting. Their uptime feels awful. We might just swap to a different skill because they literally legitimately aren't doing anything. Like straight up nothing. Like that guy was chilled and he didn't get a hit a single time. Yeah, I think we'll forgo the falling crystals. Let's go ahead and swap that out now. Because they are straight up doing like literally nothing. What is another skill we can go for then that isn't falling crystals? What is another skill we can go for that will work? Return to dust. Yeah, that might have to be the play. Battering, return to dust. When you attack with this graph, go to call forth pillars of ashen. I mean, this would be okay, right? Maybe. Burning message. Which one's burning message? Scribe will cause cataclysm rush that leaves multiple geysers of flame in the wake. Guys will regularly fire off mortars, firing more in a burst whenever you use a war cry. Well, I'm not war crying. I'm not war crying, so I don't know if I want to do that. I think it might be the consistency of the return to dust, maybe. Oh, you know what I just realized? We shouldn't actually be using the +1 ring. We should be using the Graft Ascendancy. I completely forgot about the Graft Ascendancy. That's 100% increased damage taken. That I forgot about. Okay, we might actually have to... I think I forgot. I completely forgot about the Graft Ascendancy. All right, we'll go grab a return to dust one. Increase. The thing is, though, if we do that, then we could. I don't know. I don't want to like swap that many things, but that means we could go back to Mage Blood. I think Choir Storm's probably just wrong. I don't know if I want to deal with it, though. I don't know if I want to deal with it. But yeah, we should be using the Graft Ascendancy for the basically double damage. Is there important mods we can get on this? Like affixes we care about? Impale, gain endurance charge when hit stun threshold, max life, leech, global fizz. None of that stuff helps us. So we really only care about the... Maybe I'll give him CDR, I guess. +4 in CDR, yeah. Cooldown, Graft. Kind of expensive. What if we lower this by a little bit? Let me lower this by a little bit. 3 divines. 3 divines is what we get. You think you could do the +4? You guys think the +4 is worth it? I don't know. I like the regularity of them slamming more often is more worth it. Okay, so I need to add back cold res. All right. See if we kill a quad ghost feared or not. Mess him up. I wonder if it's just like the game doesn't like the Why is this cooldown so much worse? You use the longest cooldown among the 2 grafts. So what you're saying is I probably need to get rid of this thing, because if there's a leftover cooldown, then it breaks it. Okay, that's cool. So get rid of that. Can't use this thing because it's bricked. CDR belt. Our CDR doesn't apply to the grafts, guys. What does that leave us with? That leaves us with Wreath and Lightning, no. Scrabble, summon forth a field of grass hand, each of which that has a big cooldown. You do Silhouette, I guess. Where is Silhouette? Am I blind? This cooldown isn't as long. Let's try that one. Glowing Silhouette. Increased intelligence. Do you exist? 150 divines. Just gonna lower the numbers a little bit. Just gonna lower the numbers a little bit. There's a 1 divine which gives me regen. Alright. That's the one we're gonna do. Your chill source? My chill source is Frostblink, but the falling crystals literally just weren't doing anything. I don't know, maybe they... This is like a last minute build we're chucking together in like a few hours because we don't have time. Maybe there's some bug where it doesn't care about chill from ground and it has to be chill from like freaking skitter bots. I don't know. I don't have time to really like mess around with it though. So we're doing what we can. I guess I can't go this way. But we'll find out if the tank sources work.
In the depths of her mind, she wholly reforged him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't use my movement skill. I can't use anything. Oh, you know what it is? It's Thief Script. I can't use like any of my skills. So disabling my ability to cast anything. I think yeah, it's just botched. I forgot they can do that. The mana's just entirely bricked. You're not sorry. Yeah, well I can't Frostblink around, I can't do my skill, I can't activate any of my my block, any of that stuff, right? Silence or what? No. I'm pretty sure it was bricking my mana. I think it's Thief Script bricks my mana. It's not making it. No. I think this is not gonna succeed. It's gonna completely fail. You have 0 mana. Yes, zero mana. I forgot about Thief's Grip stealing mana. Cost clarity. I'd have to like, we freaking chucked this thing together in like 5 hours between yesterday and today. I'd have to change a lot of things and we just don't have enough time. Because there's a lot of things that are wrong with this setup. One, I forgot about the Graft Ascendancy, which the whole reason I was doing this, like this stuff with like non-mage blood, etc., is because I forgot about Graft Ascendancy and I was like, all right, I guess I can go +1 ring, but Graft Ascendancy would just be better. So I should swap to that. I'm not convinced Choir is correct for defensive scaling. I think Simplex probably is just better. And then I think it might make more sense to go... Honestly, I feel like Scion could make sense. Because Scion could go +1 curse. Exposure, right? Scion could go freaking shock, exposure, +1 curse, stun immune. Curse effect, plus guardian regen. And you still get some of the block and stuff. You do Lavianas? Yeah, we could do Lavianas. I don't know, it's too scuffed, guys. I don't like, we're really gonna swap out of this in like 2 hours. It's definitely just gonna 100% die, though. Lance, there won't be 8 days worth of stalling. This is a Sunday, Monday project. Oh no, dude, I want to get I mean, we'll see what I guess we'll see. Maybe the reveal will suck and then I'll be bummed out about PoE2, but I'm pretty sure once the reveal happens, I am not going to want to really mess with PoE1. I'm going to want to like lock in to PoE2 stuff, i.e. remind myself how to play the game, look at possible ways to build characters for Druid, stuff like that. Lol cap? You saying lol cap because I guess you don't know me or you don't know what happened, but like last patch, I wasn't excited for PoE2's reveal at all. I thought it was going to be whatever, and I was like maybe going to play a week, and I really enjoyed it. And after the reveal, I wasn't too interested in playing PoE1. You get, I guess you can say cap because you hate PoE 2 and you can't imagine somebody else likes it or whatever, but even if it turns out point 4 is bad, GG's pretty good at hyping up a new league up. Yeah, you ultimately can't really know too, right? Like Breach is a great example. This league, the mechanic Defend Aelith, ultimately, it wasn't a very fun mechanic. I didn't really enjoy it, but I was really excited about it going into the league. It's like, yo, that looks cool. The Master Vaders, yeah. Deadeye nerfs, we'll see. Yeah, I think it's wraps for the Graft build. This was a last minute chuck together, and there's just way too many things wrong with it. I think our approach is wrong. I literally forgot about the Graft Ascendancy up until 30 minutes ago, and Graft Ascendancy is definitely what you should be doing if you're trying to do a Graft build. It's not even close. Like, +1 ring is a meme compared to Graft Ascendancy. But it was fun though. We made a cool belt. made a cool belt and deleted a bunch of currency. Easy peasy. I think it's bingo time, yeah. I think it do be bingo time. I'm gonna swap the title, but I think Graft ain't happening. Sorry guys. PoE 2 Fate of the Vaal reveal at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard, right? I hope this would work. It would have been cool. I'm okay. Let's put it this way. I have pretty high faith Graft build can work. I think what I did here was a last ditch attempt to set up something I had not tested at all prior to doing it. Therefore, there were multiple things wrong, and it's just not enough time to actually properly set up a character. I was mostly doing it because you guys wanted me to try to force it in. It's like, I don't think I have enough time. And we definitely don't. But yeah, this is just not the correct approach at all. All right. And I'm gonna update to PoE 2. You're gonna go PoE 2 mode after the reveal? Unless the reveal sucks, which I kind of doubt. I mean, we'll see what happens, right? Lance, you play Dragon Form, Drew? Yeah. Dragon Form is gonna be real, guys. Dragon Form is gonna be real. 100%. I just failed my first helical attempt ever. Well, you got a few more fails down the road, but eventually you'll hit, and it'll be worth it. Trust. It can't suck. They're giving his Dragon Form, Drew. True. That's a good point. That is an astute observation. How does that look? That's a pretty symmetrical square, right, guys? Right? That's like just eyeballing it. That has got to be a pretty symmetrical square right there. No, it's not. You kind of sound like a hater right now, guys. That's a pretty symmetrical square. I don't know what you're all talking about. That's like 1050 by 877. Is it actually that bad? It can't be that bad. Listen, guys, I have an excuse, okay? I am walking while doing this, okay? I'm being debuffed. That's a rectangle. It's pretty close to a square. Okay, fine. Hold on. Now that's a square. All right, I went directly diagonal, eyeballed that to perfection. To suggest otherwise would be crazy talk. Just hold shift. Oh my word. Wait, is that how bad it is? Wait a minute. I'm off by that much? Holy, okay, fine. Apparently there's a shift key. Who knew? Who knew there was a shift key? I didn't know. They must have added that like yesterday. That's got to be a new addition to Paint. The shift key. The shift key is gotta be new. Now we just gotta eyeball 1/5. 1/5 of the square, guys. Does that look like 1/5? How about that? Can you see 5 of those? That looks good. That looks like a precision 1/5. That looks like a precision 1/5. Match that same energy. Right about there. Looking good. Looking good. Pretty clean, not gonna lie so far. Wait, what the hell? Where did I start that from? Minus 20 level percent. This is pretty accurate, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. This is pretty spot on stuff. It doesn't get much better than that. Okay, hold on. That last one's a little big. Hold on, let me even that out a bit. There we go. Make loads of the smaller squares and copy and paste them. I like doing this, though. I like this method. I mean, come on, guys. Come on now. That's pretty accurate, right? That's pretty pristine right there. If you're being honest, if you're being objective, this is quite literally one of the most perfect bingo boards that we've ever made. Easily, right? Easily one of the best. How is it this bad? What are you talking about? That's pretty freaking good. What do you mean bad? What do you mean bad? That's like precision, dude. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Those squares look like even Stevens. They look good. 7.6 out of 10. That's 9.9 at least, okay? You guys are exposing your bias, okay? Fate of Vaal. Bingo. You guys are exposing your bias, okay? Clearly there are some haters in chat. If they think that this isn't a good board. Don't worry, Lance. I too have bad eyesight, so it looks good to me. Just because you have bad eyesight does not mean you're incorrect about it looking good, okay? Both things can be true, okay? Both things can be true. Hi. We need smaller text. Like 24. Hi. I'm Jonathan. I think this is clearly a hi, I'm Jonathan angle. Square EE has a crooked corner. I mean DD. Okay, yeah. See, you guys have to look for one specific corner to try to levy some like harassment to the precision of the board. That's how far you're reaching. It's okay. It's okay to admit you're jealous. You have bingo board envy, okay? I get it. I understand. You don't have to lash out. Fill the board with hi, I'm Jonathan. No. I gotta fill the board with hi, I'm Jonathan. I am gonna add in the diagonal Vaal skills. Do you guys think we're actually getting Vaal skills? What do you guys think? There's no way they do a Vaal themed league without adding Vaal skills, right? Nah, you guys don't think so? Ain't no way. I mean, okay, like I guess there's multiple schools of thought, right? You could say maybe they think Vaal skills were a mistake. They had a hell of a time balancing it over the years, and they don't want to deal with a headache. Or counterpoint, there's some of the coolest skills in the game freaking at them. I think I'm believing in Vaal skills. I'm believing. Oh, Vaal Smite, Vaal Ice Nova. Yeah, there's so many cool Vaal skills. Vaal Smite, Vaal Earthquake, Vaal Spark, Vaal Fireball, Vaal Righteous Fire, Vaal Cold Snap, Vaal even like Absolution is kind of neat. Like the freaking minion one. I've never played it, but it looks neat. There's a lot of Vaal skills. Vaal Blade Vortex, freaking shoot a little Beyblade out. Vaal Flicker Strike. Okay, not Vaal Flicker Strike. I don't know about that one. Swords? Nah. Swords would have to be with like Duelist. I don't think we're gonna get another class besides Druid. I think it's just gonna be Druid. I mean, I thought we were gonna get Druid last patch and we didn't get Druid. So like, I don't have a lot of optimism for another class. But then again, Druid's delay was based on like animation stuff, so maybe classes will be easier. Itziri. What do we think they're gonna do with Itziri? Do you think we actually get? I mean, I would hope we'd get a new class of endgame boss. You know, League boss. Oh, I hope it's not just like. I hope it's not just freaking like what Abyss boss was this patch. I hope it's actually like freaking destroying people. You know, like an actual hard, difficult boss fight. I feel like that's one of the big things PoE 1 or PoE 2 lacks right now is hard endgame fights. Is Toto confirmed? I have no idea. Guys, as for... I know people said there was a leak or something. No leakers in chat, okay? I want to watch it fresh, and I think a lot of people want to watch the reveal fresh as well. I'm still salty about... I'm still salty about them removing Itziri from Feared. So I'm going to cope that was done because they're trying to maybe retcon the Itziri situation and change it up in PoE 1-2 in the future. They're going to be new Vaal Orb types for sure. New Vaal Orb types? Yeah, are you saying like instead of... I mean, the Vaal Orb in PoE 2 is kind of legit. I mean, the question is if we would get something that's more like a double corrupt, you know? Right? Like a locus of corruption type of thing. We'll dream about... I'll dream about double corrupt. Double corrupt we'll put here. Tota isn't leaked. GG said themselves. Oh, Tota trial. We could put it up here. Tota new trial. Hopefully it's got some good loot to it. It would be nice as like, you know, right now people can farm Trial of Chaos, so they can farm Sekimas, or that you can go maps. And that hopefully will add some diversity to some of the endgame grindy stuff you can do in terms of farming some loot. ES nerf, ES buff, rolling slam nerf. We can include some of the nerfs here. LR, Adaluis, Ralakesh. Is it Ralakesh? It's not Ralakesh. Rockiatas, that's what it is. Tech Rod. What are some really obvious ones? I think those are some of the most obvious ones I see for nerfs. Restricting command. Viper. Cap. De-size these a little bit. Give these all the down arrow. Down arrow for nerf. They gonna get it. They gonna get taken out. Holy, that's illegible. Nerf. E-R-F. Close enough. When was the last time they showcased nerfs on a reveal stream? I think they've mentioned nerfs on reveal streams before. I guess I mean maybe I'm thinking more of like we get patch notes or whatever, but I feel like we have balanced stuff sometimes. PoE 2 probably not as much, but PoE 1 for sure. RF? Nah, there's no way. RF's gonna be Templar, guys. Let's be realistic. You guys are hating on it. You guys don't believe in it. But you're about to feast your eyes, okay? Because it's happening, okay? It is happening, okay? Whether you want it to or not, okay? I have a dream. Holy. What Pokemon is this? Trust the process, okay? Trust the process. All right, trust. Close. That's more like it. Now we're talking. You guys see that? You guys picking up what I'm putting down here? Okay, trust the process. Dragon form. For sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's art. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. Is he having a stroke? No, he's clearly incinerating the wall, and he's about to mess up whatever's going to be in this square, okay? He's clearly incinerating the wall. Does it have 5 legs? No, that's his tail. That's his tail, guys, okay? That's his tail. Trust. Hold on. Maybe if I do like a little bit more like this. That doesn't really make it look better. That's his tail, okay. And my axe. Yo, Charles, appreciate the sub, man. A tail? Yep, a tail. All right. What else makes sense to add? Vaal themed stuff. They're obviously getting Druid. Do you think we'll get more than 2 Ascendancies for Druid? Do you think we ever get the 3 Ascendancy Druid drop? Is that possible? The 3 Ascendancy Druid drop. I think 2. Just 2 Ascendancy? Yeah, it's probably just gonna be 2. But where's the fun in that? 3 ascend Druid. Log in. Trust. 3 ascendancies. Let's put this on a less impactful square. What's a less impactful square? Doesn't brick as many things. Over here is less impactful, I guess. This only not impacts 3. Right here impacts like 2 lines. Put it over here. Put it right there. You go give us a Vaal Blood Mage alt ascendancy? That is very possible. That would be the one that would be thematically appropriate for... Well, I could also see Ritualist. Trying to think of like what ascendancies would make sense in terms of an Itziri alternate bloodline, alternate ascendancy. Vaal Gemline Legionnaire. I feel like Blood Mage makes the most sense. Ritualist would be nameless. Yeah, that is fair. I think my bet's on Vaal Blood Mage the more than the others. Vaal Blood Mage alt ascend. I think I have more faith in that than any of the other ones thematically. Is the league dropping today? League drops next Friday. The reveal's today, and they're going to give us probably some teaser info in between the reveal today and then the post Friday, right? Along with like patch notes. Patch notes for PoE 1 are usually right after the reveal. I kind of don't think we're going to get patch notes for PoE 2 until like right before. We haven't really been getting patch notes until right before. That over PoE 1? Yeah, or PoE 2. Yeah, PoE 2 has been like, I think they're like super down to the wire before the league launch. They don't like to spoil things. Well, I don't know if it's as much not wanting to spoil things. Like, there's certain info I think they would want to give us beforehand. Like patch notes type of thing. But, I think they're just super last minute for stuff for it. Warrior nerf? I kind of doubt it. Do I think they're going to not nerf Energy Shield again? I put ES buff every time, and it's like right every time. Do I put it again? Do I put ES buff again? I think I have to keep putting it until they prove they can actually nerf it. ES buffed. I think until they successfully actually nerf it, I have to assume it's gonna be the classic. We void already. We did one test map and it became very apparent it ain't gonna work. Acolyte of Chiula adjustments. You think they'll buff some of the underused ascendancies? Maybe. Or they just delete Chiula. Just delete them and, you know, start over. Acolyte buffed again, but it still sucks. I kind of don't think Acolyte's going to get buffed. I think it's going to remain unchanged and just be bad this league. I don't think I want to put Chiula, Acolyte of Chiula on there. I think it's going to just remain bad this league. Plus skills nerfed on items. Ooh, I actually like that a lot. Shift power from items to tree. It's very specific though. Plus levels gets the axe. Specifically, it's going to get that's disfavor, in case you guys were curious. You guys probably instantly could tell it was disfavor, but for those of you who have less keen eyes, I'll point it out that that is clearly Edziri's disfavor. Essences are getting it. Ooh. Yeah, crafting nerfs is probably a fair one to put on there. Crafting nerfs to essence abyss currencies. That I think is probably pretty reasonable to think. There's certain essences are just ridiculous. House Street literally deleted. Oh yeah, that's a good point. This is supposed to be an endgame patch. What do I think they could do with a big endgame overhaul? Do I think they're willing to get rid of the Infinity Atlas? I'm not sure if they are. More towers? No. I don't think they're ready to get rid of the endgame, the Infinity Atlas. Not yet. Yeah, I think that's going to be a longer drawn out battle. Yeah, with the tower removal, Infinite Atlas isn't that bad. I still think it has the issue of the more you play, the more it feels like you're going nowhere. Like, you freaking, oh, I need to go back to where I was. Let me just drag myself around. Like, it has like an issue, like over time, it feels worse and worse. Copy PoE 1's Atlas? I don't think they'd be willing to do that yet. What do I think they'd be willing to do in terms of significant? I'm gonna cope that we get back some control on choosing layouts. Atlas, rework, player control on layouts. Like some level of us being able to choose what layout we're running. Copium. I mean, they're gonna do some significant things to Atlas, right? I don't think they're gonna get rid of the Infinite Atlas, but I think they could add tools in the regards of letting us force certain layouts. You think they're gonna delete tablets altogether? I mean, tablets right now are basically like legacy stones from Legacy League, pretty much. I hope it's replacing it with PoE1's mapping. I don't think they're willing to get rid of the Infinite Atlas yet. So I think that's kind of unlikely. I'll say layout control, Atlas, passive tree, complete revamp. It's like one of these things. I feel like it's like until they add more mechanics, can they justifiably do something like this? I mean, part of it is they have the separate trees with like your breach tree, your ritual tree, like all the things. Are people overall fans of the separate tree? Or is that part of where it feels like you're just doing everything in every map and it feels weird? Separate trees kind of suck in my opinion. I mean, that's part of the reason why the actual Atlas tree is like completely empty, right? I hate the mini trees. Yeah, I don't think I'm a big fan of them either. Because it does like, that's part of why the Atlas tree is like empty of stuff. And you don't really feel like you're specializing anything. I hate the panning around. Yeah, that's the big issue I think with the Infinite Atlas is the scrolling around to find the thing you want to do or whatever. But I don't feel like the endgame rework, I don't think they're going to be ready to do deleting the Infinite Atlas and reassessing the whole approach. I feel like farming one content sucks more. Well, the thing is, it's like you could choose what you're doing. Okay, like this sort of thing where all of it's on the tree, you have to choose what you're doing. And you can hyper specialize into one specific thing or multiple mechanics together. But if you take out Breach and like, you know, Ultimatum and Blight, and you give everything a separate little tree, all of a sudden you're spec'd into all of them, but you can't like over spec to do a specific mechanic you like. But then it feels like kind of bad that you have this investment into this mechanic, but you don't necessarily want to run it. Like, I don't know. It's like a weird situation, right? I'm gonna just put in maybe delete mini trees. Delete mini trees, question mark. You have to choose, you can make them more powerful. Yeah, if you don't have to choose, which is currently you don't, right? Then they have to balance it around you being able to click every node you want, right? They have the perfect answer. They try to reinvent the wheel. I mean, they want to try things out. You're never gonna get another chance to do things drastically different than in the beta of the game, right? I personally prefer they try stuff out. I think right now my brain says mentally PoE 1 just has a better solution for an endgame system. But I think I would prefer them try things out, because that gives you a chance to find something you might end up liking more versus just doing the same thing. You're never going to find something you like more because you didn't try anything. What's this big green dragon? That's dragon form for the druid. No, I appreciate that you could tell that is a dragon, you know, because it's clearly well illustrated. I think I'm in the more. I like the Infinite Atlas in theory. I think for me, it's just the part where as you build it out and then you start dragging around. That gives me like an irk feeling I don't like, but who knows? Maybe they can figure out a solution to that. I thought it was a crab. There's no shot you thought this was a crab. I'm gonna just pretend you didn't say that. Lineage gems. I think there's a good chance they nerf Adalui's, Rockiatas, Tech Rods, but I also think there's a good chance that we get plus new lineage gems. More chase ones. Nerf some of the better ones. Maybe dial back some of the power of Adalui's, Rockiatas, but add some more chase ones. Act 5? Nah, I don't think I'm a believer in Act 5. It's such a quick turnaround. Vaal side areas. There's two roads we could go. We could say Vaal side areas, or we could say incursion, right? Those are the two Vaal themed things we know. We could have them be different squares, or just the same square if we hit either one. League mechanic, Vaal side, or incursion. Build your own dungeon. That style thing. They would revamp it? Well, yeah, it would be something different. You know, it would be this idea of this sort of random occurrence zone you could fight, and maybe they would change the mechanics of it or what the encounter's like. But that's the concept, right? Consistent side area zone you run into regularly versus like build your own dungeon, like incursion concept. I think it's gonna be one or the other. That's kind of what I'm betting on. Could be entirely different, but those are the two I would think would make sense. Maybe we'll get Bloodline Ascendancies in PoE 2. I kind of think they're going to keep doing the, they're going to keep adding some secret Ascendancies like Abyssal Lich is what I think they're going to keep doing. Yo, Gilda Games, appreciate the sub, man. How you doing, dude? How do I rogue the pack? Glad go? Very well. Insanely strong for the budget. I hope Delve gets added. Guys, Delve is literally what the current Atlas is. I think what's going to happen is, when they get around to the part where they add Delve, they go, oh, wait, this is the same thing. And maybe that's when they finally decide to delete Infinite Atlas. If they're going to add Delve, which is an Infinite Atlas, it's like the same, it's the same mechanic pretty much. I feel like they probably even use the same code to generate the nodes. Atlas in PoE 2 is nothing like the Delve I love. Guys, can we be real here? You don't see All right, a little quiz time. Hold on. I need to open up a separate pane for this. A separate pane for this. I'm going to draw two pictures, and I'm going to ask you to differentiate the two. I'm going to tell you which one's which. I'm going to draw Delve, and I'm going to draw Infinite Atlas, okay? And I'm going to ask you to differentiate the two, okay? All right, which one's which, guys? Which one's which? Which one's Delve? And which one's the Infinite Atlas? The Atlas is the left. Left is Delve. See what I'm talking about here? You guys see what I'm talking about? You guys don't even know the difference. The left is Delve. The left is Delve. They're both Delve. It's the same with a 45-degree angle. What if I told you when I started drawing these two pictures, I wasn't even thinking of two different things. There's no diagonal in Delve. Ah, yes. Yes. That makes it totally different because there isn't a line going this way versus if you just change the perspective and rotate the line so it's this way. Completely different concept. They're all just node points connecting to more node points generated infinitely out, right? The time spent traversing the rewards behind the nodes make them different. Oh, so you're saying specific nodes give different specific loot, and therefore they're different. Now, can I ask you a question? Are you describing Infinite Atlas or are you describing Delve? Because I don't know. Because both of them have that exact same system. There are specific layouts that give specific rewards. Also biomes, they both have biomes. They both have biomes. You are ignoring the main thing from Delve, that there is scale of the rewards. That is the first thing that is actually different that you guys have mentioned. And that's fair. You can scale depth. Does that make them two very different? Not really. I mean, I would love scaling difficulty in the Atlas, sure, but that doesn't make the systems that different to me. Give the Atlas scaling. I'd be down for Atlas scaling, but let's not pretend they're these very different systems, because they're not. They both are just a algo generated node connected to node where it chooses some biomes and it chooses some specific I guess tile set rewards tied to it, right? Delete PoE 2 should be there? No. I like PoE 2. How did the tower change go? That was after I noped out for the league. I was not there for that. I think people liked it. I don't really know. I don't really know. Hot swap? Oh, yes. Oh, I want that so bad. Hot swap controller / keyboard. Oh, I forgot how much I wanted this until you mentioned that. The hot swap, man. We need it. Well, I'm actually looking forward to playing with the controller again, but hopefully they do add this. The hot swap would be so freaking nice. How come you have ES buffed, but you don't have life nerfed? Do you guys want me to use another square for nerfing life? I think they're going to buff life, actually. I think life is going to get buffed. I don't think they're going to nerf it. I think we're going to see a life buff. Karn still has some light in his eyes. It hasn't been nerfed enough. Nah, I think they're actually going to buff it. I'm going to be a believer that life is getting buffed this league. Tree life copium? Okay, I don't know about tree life. Okay, I don't know. Would they go as far as giving us tree life? I don't know, man. I don't think they're there yet. I think they're gonna give us some life buffs. They're not gonna be enough, and I think we're gonna still have to fight more for tree life. I don't think that's coming yet. Tree life is like on the level of like them being like, all right, let's freaking throw away Infinite Atlas and do something else, or like a more heavy endgame rework. I feel like that's later on the level of them willing to make that cave to demands. They have to buff ES with the in strength new class. They have to buff ES? Not necessarily. There are some percent nodes on the tree right now, as well as some flat life. Let me get this straight. Let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. This counts as life on the tree. 3% behind a notable tied to energy shield mechanics. That counts as life. That counts as like life on tree. 3% behind some recoup. And 3% over here. Well, technically there's 3% here. There's 4 3% nodes on the 3 corners of the universe of the tree. That counts as life on the tree to you? Too much? It counts? That ain't life on the tree, guys. That ain't life on the tree. Guys, that's not life. That ain't it. If you accept that is life on the tree, you might as well call yourself a Death's Oath player, okay? Because I gotta be honest, you sound the same. Death's Oath is good. It's totally good. It's fine. It doesn't need a buff. I can definitely play with it. And then meanwhile, I just watch you running around with Caustic Arrow. Okay? I see you playing your quote-unquote life build. And what's that? What's that? Ghost Dance and 3K ES? Hybrid? Life build? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Get real, okay? Stop lying to yourself and stop lying to me. Death's Oath ain't a real build, and neither is life on the tree in PoE 2. Hey, Lodador, how you doing, man? Wait, Death's Oath is good? No, it's not. Death's Oath actually got some sizable buffs this league with the ring, but it's still pretty gigacope. Says the RF player. Ellie, if you can't tell the difference in power level between RF and Death's Oath, I mean, you might need to get your eyes checked, okay? Because clearly, you cannot see the difference in multiple zeros and some extra commas. How many reduced life and movement speed nodes get added? None. I'm telling you guys, I'm thinking life actually is going to get buffed. I don't think it's going to get tree life, but I do think there's going to be life buffs. I think it's possible. What I could see them doing this league, they're not willing to do tree life. I think they're going to keep telling themselves tree life is boring for some reason. And they're going to be like, "Okay, how do we solve some of this life power disparity?" And they're going to put more life on gear. And it's gonna contribute more to the gear being too much of your power level, and we're gonna have to fight for getting life on tree. But I feel like I could see that life buff occurring, where they just decide to throw more life on gear to try to like level out the power disparity, when the solution is literally like right here, where they just put it on the tree, right? If only. I don't think they're gonna put it on the tree, but yeah, if they could just put it on the tree, that'd be great. Mastery cope. I don't think we're gonna get masteries. I do think we're gonna get Tota. I think we're gonna get Tota tattoos. I do think we're gonna get tattoos, though. I'm gonna believe in tattoos. I'm gonna believe in tattoos. Tattoos added. Notable / travel. I think we're gonna get maybe some notable ones and travel ones. Tattoos, but they're basically masteries that overwrite notables. I could see like some notable tattoos, but yeah, I don't think masteries. Nah, tattoos not this league. Nah. Well, I'm betting on Tota and tattoos. I'm betting on both of these things. We literally, like, there's very clearly Trial of the Ancestor stuff. There's a whole freaking arena in Act 4. I think they just didn't quite have it done last league. They've even referenced it in, like, multiple interviews about Tota being an Ascendancy option. The fourth column is pretty cursed? Nah, man. Fourth column's just fine. You think Tota? I do think Tota. Tota's boring. I like Tota. Well, okay. I'm gonna put that in quote. I'm gonna put that in with a caveat. I liked Tota, except I did not like the click to hold to kill the totem, and I did not like you couldn't choose your difficulty. I really wish it mattered more about your character actually being a good character. In terms of, like, you could, like, kill the totems with your abilities or whatever, like, the things. And I wish you could choose the difficulty. I think if it had those two things, I would have quite been a very big fan for it. They'll probably change it completely like Ultimatum. Yeah, there's no telling what they're going to do to it. I could see... So, like... Tota in PV1 was the auto battler thing, right? I could see instead of like the auto battler, I could see like a gauntlet type of thing, like a series of difficult encounters type of thing you'd have to defeat. You know how like in the Act 4 you have to fight like multiple waves of enemies to get the various stat boosts or whatever. Could be a boss rush or something. Like 10 different scaling difficulty bosses. Now we get Druid, I bet we get a third Huntress Ascendancy. You think we'll get like a Huntress Ascendancy that adds a shapeshift form? I could see that. I like that actually. I like that a lot. They're doing transformation things. Obviously we're getting Druid. I could see that actually. We'll put that on there. I like that idea. Huntress, third Ascendancy, transform theme. You gonna be Huntress companion? Nah, I could see transform theme. I mean, it could be both, right? It could be reasonably. They could have a node that supports transform and a node that supports companion. Sure, we'll add it. Could be both. Yeah, I think it could easily be both. Could easily be both. Ritualist rework. They're only gonna do probably a couple things. Is Ritualist like, it's not very underplayed, is it? I feel like Chonk's the Ascendancy that I always think of that nobody wants to play because it's just so bad. Is Ritualist bad? No, Ritualist is good, I think. I mean, Ritualist has one of the strongest nodes in the game, right? The jewelry stuff. How'd the Graft build go? Complete failure, Barbarous. Complete failure. I forgot about Thief's Grip breaking mana. I even, like, 20 minutes before I was going to test the map, I realized I forgot about the Graft Ascendancy. Which is, like, 100% the Ascendancy I should be doing for the third Ascendancy. I just forgot it was there when I planned doing the third ring. Like, it was bricked in a lot of ways. And I was like, nah. Trying to force it in, you know, last minute, just not enough time. Just did things wrong. Would have to change things around. Gear Spray broken, so the extra Ascendancy is worth a lot. Yep. The scaling is pretty crazy. Drew, do you think it's gonna have 100% transform ascendancy and one elemental one? I could see that. You know, nature magic theme and transform theme. They could also have something where they could go the route of like one druid form is much more melee oriented, supports a melee transformation and like, you know, melee skills, whereas another transformation is more magic themed and it also supports nature magic. They could like do that sort of a thematic split as well. I think we might get a battle mage druid ascendancy. I could see that. I could see that, yeah. Shapeshifting is gonna be a weapon skill. Well, they said things like the talisman. There's a weapon type for it, right? I think plus levels are gonna get removed. I'm not specifically referencing just axes here. Axes aren't even in the game, but like I'm talking plus wands, plus bows, plus maces, plus levels. This stat is just there's a lot of pieces that make gear feel like your entire build and the tree almost feels meaningless. And the biggest offender, in my opinion, is the plus level stat. Maybe not as much for attack builds, but for casters 100%, this stat is like makes or breaks your character. And it feels kind of terrible that it's that mandatory. Need to be redistributed. Yeah, I would hope they would make the tree more exciting, more power on the tree, less power on gear, like even it out a bit. I just think there's a good chance if they're gonna start trying to address the that I think the plus levels is the biggest outlier. This could be representative of them addressing gear power as a whole, but that's just the most notable thing I think of it. I feel like PoE1 has a good amount of plus levels on the gear. Yeah, the PoE1 system definitely feels a lot more reasoned. It'd be interesting after setting up a bingo board to watch Silver's new video, Atlas revamp. I don't really want to watch a video based on like speculative changes that they may or may not do, because we got the reveal coming in literally an hour and a half, so. I mean, they could do like these things, you know, or they could do something completely different. This is we're just taking a guess at it. What time's the reveal? Did I put it on the? Here, I could pull up a little clock thing for it. Yeah. I'm gonna screen capture that. Hold. This. Transform. And my axe. You appreciate the sub. Just got with it. Or just got with that. Thank you. Thank you. for the support. All right, does that work? Everybody good with that? Unk's struggling. What are you talking about? I did that 100% correct. What do you mean struggling? Just want to ask, how would you feel if they added Settlers mechanic? I don't think I'd be too happy about it personally. I'm not a big fan of Settlers. Settlers to me, I think is definitely too much of a chore type of mechanic, I feel like. It's not like you could literally just say I'm not gonna run it or whatever, and it's not the end of the world. Like the people who want to run it can run it, but I'm not a big fan of Settlers personally. House always was definitely more of a check the box mechanic. That's definitely how I feel about it for sure. I mean, like this entire Keepers League, I didn't do like any shipments. I didn't hire any farmers. I didn't mine any ore. I hired a couple disenchanters just to have dust to recom and ignored it entirely after that. I have the same thought for Toda as for Settlers, really. I feel like Settlers is a much different situation, but fair enough. I had mappers running for 2 weeks, but I regret it. Wasted gold. I would much rather have the gold. Mappers are kind of like, you're like baiting into hoping they pull a mirror or something stupid, right? Like the time it takes to like loot the mappers is very chore. I got a mirror for mappers this league. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. You hear about people getting mirrors from mappers and you're like, okay, I'll do some. I don't know. Did I miss that run void? Our character's not even close to viable for it. It's just too bricked. Too bricked. We did one test map and it's very clear it would just not work. I feel like acing trade competing for gold hurt the seller shipments. I think that's fine to have like having needs for gold. Like if there wasn't any need for gold, then it would make you feel worse for not running settlers, right? The fact you can think, okay, if I want to run the sellers mechanic, I have to give up something for it, gives you that freedom to say no, I'm not going to do it. At least I feel that way. You know, it's another drag on gold, and I don't want to farm gold that hard. Character buffs an ultimatum. Not fair that you get cucked hard an ultimatum while Sekimas get 40 buffs a run. Are you saying that you don't like the fact that the Sekima players get all these relics that make their character move faster while you have to slog it out and be slow? Maybe you should join the Sekima enjoyers. New revamp of crafting like Abyss of Betrayal. You think for PoE 2? I don't think they're gonna have anything for. I think they're gonna maybe nerf Abyss crafting, but I don't think they're gonna like do much to it besides that. Besides just adding it to core. Well, that's not what I said. New League has some revamp on old crafting mechanic like Abyss League with Betrayal Craft. think I read what you said. Lightning nerf on the tree. You guys think they're going to target lightning as a whole? I kind of don't think so. I think they're going to maybe target the lightning skill outliers, and a lot of the lightning stuff is going to stay the same. Like, I think lightning rod is going to get hit, but I don't think a lot of the stuff that scales lightning rod is going to get hit. Connor, you think Connor is going to get to him? I don't know. I don't know if Connor is going to get to him. Hey, user, how you doing, man? Me, I understand that. I appreciate that. Okay, I don't know if I would say... at first I was thinking I can relate to like just wanting to eat some food, but then the rest of your description, I actually can't relate to. I'd never had that happen to me. Connor was cooking up a mid-league nerf last night. I don't know if they're gonna do the. I don't think they're gonna do the lightning target. I don't see it. I'm not a believer. You know what I would like to see? Archons / infusions. Make these not suck. I feel like this whole elemental edition, this stuff was like a complete failure on launch. Like this stuff was, it had way too much conditionality and clunk to it to ever be like usable. So I would hope they would take a look and say, okay, one of our big changes last league, basically no one used because they were just hot dog water. Oregon sounds so cool, but they were like, you couldn't have consistent uptime. The investment wasn't worth it. Rolino made it work. There's a difference between quote unquote making it work, like forcing something in, and it actually being like, this was a good thing to do. I tried to play fusions, they suck so much. I do remember a lot of people on League Star were trying to do stuff with infusions, and they just had a bad time. Like they're okay if you have them in terms of like, oh, this is just occasionally I get a nice thing that occurs while mapping, but largely I think they were pretty rough. We used them, for example, on Fireball, where we had like a quasi-automated like cold snap to give us some infusions, and that was nice when we were mapping, but it wasn't something like that. It could really be the focus of the build at all. Delirium Fog removed. What's the thing with Delirium Fog? I have checked the Reddit quite a few times, and there's been a bunch of posts that are all memeing on Delirium Fog. Was there like some mid-league change where they made the fog like really, really potent or something? Like I haven't liked Delirium Fog for my entirety of PoE 1 pretty much and PoE 2, but there seemed like there was a ton of people memeing on it on the Reddit. One guy just started doing memes about it. But it wasn't like an actual change in game. Like, I'm not going to log in and Delirium is worse than it was before. It's just the same Delirium. Okay, fair enough. So power to that one guy for starting a movement against Delirium, I guess. Are they giving drops today? Yes, there will be drops today. What do I have as the drops command right now? I don't think my drops command links to the correct thing, does it? This links to That's the wrong one. Here, I'll link to the correct video. This video? Yeah, it's the dodge roll effect. Make your character look green when you have your sprint active. I'll add that to the command. Surely my favorite snack is cheese. I do really like cheese. Would that be my favorite snack though? I don't know. I feel like if I look at all time of my life of different snacks I've had, I'm a big fan of like the thin stick pretzels comboed with like whipped cream cheese. So that's like kind of cheese, right? I remember I used to get that sort of snack when I was younger quite a lot. It was a nice combo play. That counts as cheese? Alright, fair enough. Alright. I think I fixed the drops command. It should link to the correct video now. Yeah, there you go. It links to the correct video. But yeah, that'll start during the reveal stream. Favorite cheese though? Favorite cheese right now for me is, I'm gonna say goat cheese. It's pretty close between that and pepper jack right now for me. Pinnacle bosses, maybe buff them, make them harder. Oh, I'm gonna add that. I like that. I want to believe we'll get endgame content. Endgame gets difficulty scaling enhanced. You know, they took out one of the tiers for who knows why, and every boss had half the HP last patch. And we had stronger characters with the crafting. So everything felt like kind of whatever in terms of what's the point of pushing character power if you're already one-shotting so early on? Have you had habanero or ghost pepper versions of pepper jack? That'd probably be too spicy for me. I don't like spicy food that much. Not to that level. Hot swap, controller, keyboard, instant bingo for everything. Yeah, this list. What's the thing I want most on this list? Controller keyboard's definitely up there. I don't know if that's the thing I want most. Is there's gonna be an enemy? Oh, 100%. Ain't no way there's on our side. Surely not. Dragon form's what you want? That's true. I do want dragon form. We're gonna get hot swap controller no matter what. This is kind of more of like a wish list item, right? It's excusable because you're in the Midwest. Okay, fair enough. Dookie, thanks for your guides, Captain. No problem, Dookie. We're gonna try to do some good guides this patch, starting with the Druid. We gotta see what they give us for it, though. I'll probably be posting videos based on the reveal stream about what we're planning to do once we get the info. Pinnacle bosses are too easy and juice map bosses are a bit too much. I feel like they're both pretty easy in terms of like what we can get power level wise. I bet it's wyvern form. Guys, stop saying wyvern. Okay? Dragon. They're basically the same thing, right? Dragon just sounds cooler. Let's be real. How much time do you spend off stream in PoE? I don't. If I PoE, This is literally what I use PoE for. I use it to see how many passes it takes to get to the rough locations on the tree I'm planning to use. Like, for example, if I tell myself, I want to make a build that uses Pain Attunement, and let's say I also want to get to the freaking Crystallize immunities, I would try to map out some pathing and be like, is this even feasible with the amount of passives based on this starting point? You know, like that sort of thing. That's what I use it for, just to like figure out if I can get roughly to the various key pieces I want. Dragons have 4 legs and maybe wings. Wyverns have 2 legs and wings. Okay, guys. He's right though. You guys are out of control. Dragons are cooler. The facts are the facts. But they're basically the same thing, let's be real. Flying lizards, okay? Pretty much the same thing. Excuse me, guys, don't get so... You guys are way too attached. Way too attached to friggin' fictional creatures. They're different, Lance. I bought some new ramen noodles I never used before. And they were too spicy. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Now you're never going to get those again. Fictional dragon different from fictional wyvern. Why do you guys care about this so much? You guys are crazy. This is wild. Wyvern is a level 6 creature. Dragons are level 7. True. That is true. You need to chill, user, okay? You guys need to chill, okay? But I think Rap P is bringing a very important point, okay? Wyverns, level 6, lame as hell. Dragons, level 7, cool, okay? Here's hoping GGG made the right choice, and they're giving us dragons. Guys, we have 3 more squares. What the hell are we gonna put in these? What do we do with the 3 leftover squares? Scarabs? You think they're gonna go scarabs? I don't know, man. I think whatever they try to do with the Atlas, I think they're gonna try to go a distinct route compared to PoE 1. Deli Fog. Not enough content for scarabs anyways. That is a fair point as well. I don't think a lot will happen this patch. I think a lot will happen this patch. I am believing in Gigapatch. I think we get challenges. Have we not had challenges yet in any of the leagues? We've had challenges, right? No, we haven't. Just the free weekend stuff. Huh. I don't know if I want to take up a square for challenges, though. That doesn't really change the game, you know? It's just like some MTX stuff. I don't think I want to use a square for challenges. Hey, Juniors, appreciate the follow. Welcome, welcome. John's gonna wear a full wolf suit in the Q&A. I doubt that highly. Endgame uniques. I do want endgame uniques. New chase uniques. Talking HH level uniques. Chase rares better than chase uniques? No, like giga rare uniques that are very strong. Did you have any mana changes? I kind of feel like they're not gonna do much to mana. Rework to Expedition. You think they're gonna change Expedition? I feel like they're gonna be more focused on adding mechanics than changing mechanics until they get to a certain point. I feel like that's gonna take priority. Bosses getting some meaningful drops tied to the hardest versions. That could go 1-1 if they decide to add like some significantly more difficult endgame stuff. Charm rework. I feel like people are... I feel like they're maybe content with where the charms are right now. I personally right now don't even like have anything against charms right now. Like charms right now are... You can kind of choose some ailments to deal with, and they're pretty decent at doing that now. They have a good function. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Charms are Garbaggio. I feel like you haven't used charms much recently. If you think they're garbage, because they definitely like. There's a difference between having them and not having them. Like they 100% will fight like certain ailments for you, right? Certain, you know, things you don't want. Flask return. I don't know. Flask Sanctum now. Trial Sanctum is Sanctum. They even like whenever it gets mentioned, they struggle to not call it Sanctum. Everybody uses the same charms, so maybe they buff some of the underused ones. There's a Chinese leak going on. Yeah, we're not looking at the leaks, guys. We're not looking at the leaks. Their reveal stream is literally in like an hour, so... Who cares about leaks? Yeah. I don't know. It's just... If you were to tell me there's going to be leaks right before the league launch, like in terms of like stuff to see where nodes are on the tree, I think I'm going to want to look at that just so I can like be like, oh, this is something I can go for on my character, you know, where it's like just information they didn't give to us beforehand. But a pre-leak of the reveal stream that's happening today, I'd rather just enjoy it when it happens. What's Toda? Trial of the Ancestors. Trial of the Ancestors. PoE1 patch in 2 minutes. That's most likely a patch for PoE 2. They run on the same like patching server, so it's probably gonna be something for the reveal stream that's happening today. Would you like to enjoy the announcement less leak? Yeah, exactly. Drew's gonna be locked behind combo gameplay. Doubtful. I do not want to put something like that. Limited transformation usability. Oh, I hope not. That would be pure despair. For PoE 1, they added support packs from PoE 2. Let the turtle hideout come back for PoE 2. Right now we're using the divine hideout or whatever, which is pretty decent. But yeah, getting the turtle hideout in PoE 2 would be kind of nice. Transforms taking endurance charges. Okay, I don't think that's gonna happen, but that makes me think I want to add this to the list. Charges get changed. Get some changes. Generation, usability, buff, you know, something freaking. I kind of hate charges in their current iteration. Infusion change. We have that down here with Archons. Charge become useful. Yeah, something. Whether that's like make them give us some consistent passive benefits, or make it so there's actually sources of ways to generate them and more skills that can actually use them. So there's actually like something here to use. Because right now charges interact with like only a select few skills, and then their acquisition methods are pretty painful. They said PoE 2 won't affect PoE 1, but the patch proves otherwise. Because they have the same servers. Docking over here like they need to get they need to be on a whole separate server system. What do I do with my life now? Get yourself a snack, man. Am I up for a POB review, Supra? You want me to review your POB? Sure, if it's a quick one. Because we're about to get the reveal stream real soon here. We are, we're sub 1 hour away. I do need to figure out what I want to do for the last bullet point here. All right, we'll take a quick look at Supra. And you want me to review your fire trap POB? Burn damage, trap damage, AoE. No LE damage. Interesting. Just awaken orb together and then use Veiled Chaos for +2. Running RF in your body. Recombinated Scepter, Reservation with Recover on Block with Block Chance. I mean, is this just, is this basically what just... Is this pretty much just what Pox's build is? Or is there some changes you want me to recommend for this? What upgrades will get me into T17? Is this not T17 viable with this level of gear? Surely you're T17 viable already. Like, your gear's pretty good. Like, you got a lot of plus levels, a lot of well-crafted rares. You get one tapped. I think that's more of like, are you running like minus max maps? I don't think you're gonna get one tapped too much with this level of defense. Just don't run like minus max. Don't run like bricked recovery. You're running bad maps. Yeah, I think that's definitely more of the maps you're running, Supra. Because like if you run a map that has like Giga Pen or Giga Light minus max, your main defensive layer you have right here gets completely neutered. Like if you run a pen map, all of a sudden you're taking 3 to 4x the damage just with that one mod alone. So I think realistically, like your setup seems fine to me. Like it seems like you should be perfectly viable for T17s, I would think. I just wrote them off. I think you just had like some bad rippy map mods. The mods will make a T17 infinitely harder depending on what map mods you roll. I'm guessing Pox probably has a list of map mods not to run or to run. So I would probably just look at that list. I would assume he has one for it. Fox also live. Supra. Yeah, you can ask Fox. No, I think your setup's fine here. Like this looks to me like a pretty standard RF tree. You got all the important wheels. You got block, recover on block, max res scaling. Yeah. I think you should be fine. It's just a matter of don't run minus max, don't run pen, don't run desolation or XR ground. If you stand on those, it disables recovery. Like there's just certain things. Is he 6 life masteries? He might just be missing constitution. Maybe trade a couple points to get constitution in his setup. Don't run reduced chance to block. Yeah, it'll brick your recover. But yeah, no, your setup I think is good. You got like most of the ideal pieces, I think, for RF Chieftain. Have you seen retaliation bills that came up this league with Falbor and Yifflebrain's trickery? I did not. I don't even know what Falbor and Yifflebrain. I didn't even know there was a Falbor and Yifflebrain's trickery. I wish they would crib off Torchlight Infinite Crafting for all chaos spam things. Like at auto crafters. Is that what you're saying? I don't know what you're referring to. I've not played Torchlight Infinite. It's a nice dragon, Mr. Lance. Thank you. Thank you. We're not going to get a wyvern. We're going to get a dragon. Dragon believe. I want a map that matches this regex and spend up on RT. Oh, yeah, you mean autocrafter. That's not happening in PoE. There's definitely... I don't know. I think that's a cold day in hell freezing over type of thing. All right, I'm swapping the pants. It's getting a little chilly in here, and I need some warmth. The pants swap was inevitable. Div cards would be sick. They're definitely planning to add div cards. They literally sent out like all those boxes, and I feel like I've seen things for them saying they're going to sell div cards eventually, right? I kind of don't think that would be this patch, though. I think we get it to 1.0. Yeah, I kind of don't think so either. That feels like a later thing. Put 2.5 mirrors in Mulch the Zenith and still doesn't feel comfy yet. Didn't have the insight to realize the defenses were quite conditional, even though it was right in front of me before I built the character. You're missing out on some conditional defenses. Reflect mod on waste toes. No, they're not gonna add reflect. I don't know. I don't think so. I did this league with like 400D and it was comfy as hell. Sounds like the 2.5 mirrors were either invested wrong, set up wrong, or you guys have a different definition of comfy, you know? Everybody's got their own thought process on things. Man, I don't know what I want to add. New class. Yeah, obviously new class. And we already know it's Druid, right? That's a given. We could have put Druid in like the free square, I guess. Add a mirror nerf without doing no, they're not nerfing mirrors. Mirrors are the logo of the game. You out of your mind? Sprint rework? I don't think they're gonna do anything to sprint. I feel like sprint was. I mean, I like sprint. I thought it was a good addition to the game. Did a lot of people hate sprint? I feel like sprint was just a good improvement to the game overall. Row alternatives. I mean, we could put rows in the nerf square. We should don't have. I don't want to like cover the whole board and just specific nerfs. I liked it. Rax hated it. There's definitely some people that didn't like sprint. I feel like sprint had. There were some issues for sure with like, where you could try to dodge roll and the game would like think you're sprinting even though you didn't even try to. Like it was really like sensitive with that. And they did some patches for that, which I think made that a lot better. Need a way to activate it without the dodge roll? A separate keybind would help? Yeah. I would prefer Flame Dash for sure. They're not, I don't think they're going to add movement skills like that. I think Sprint was their compromise for movement skills, where they don't necessarily have to completely redesign every fight in the game. Because the game's fights are balanced around not having instantaneous movement, you know? Why would you predict ES buff? ES is already strong in PoE 2. Okay, here's why I would predict it. Because ES was strong in point 1, got stronger in point 2, got stronger in point 3, and I'm just following the pattern. I think it's the most likely outcome. Also, I've been playing PoE for a long time, and Path of Exile 1 has had the same thing happen for years on end of ES just getting stronger every patch. So I'm going to keep putting ES buffed on my bingos until they decide to actually nerf it. Like, because people dislike sprint, they'd add movement. They'd have to rebalance the whole, like, all their boss fights, all that sort of stuff. All the, like, the mechanics bosses have. If you give people movement skills, those mechanics are just not balanced around people having movement skills. So I don't know. Maybe they decide to, but I feel like them giving bosses movement skills is going to be, if it happens, it's going to take a lot. Because all the fights are balanced around people not having movement skills. No E-Blade on the bingo? We wouldn't get E-Blade in PoE 2 until like Templar. I'd rather them just buff movement speed than give movement skills. And sprint was a buff to movement speed. Like you can argue it's not, but to me, I feel like that's pretty close to a buff to movement speed as you can get, pretty much. Lightning damage having downsides. All right, we can add it. Lightning damage. Lightning. Damage type. Superiority. Addressed. And I'm going to put a red down arrow next to it. You guys happy? I added the lightning go down to my bingo board. Lightning damage isn't a melee weapon? I didn't say I was adding a melee weapon. All right, I think that's going to be our board, guys. That's going to be our board. Are we going to get any bingos? Are we going to be bingo enjoyers? Praise Dragon, that's what I'm hoping for. Some of these things we probably won't even know, even if they are true. Like Vaal Blood Mage Ascendancy, they might just not even talk about, even if they add it, you know? What's the one big leg? It's a tail. Okay, it's a tail. I want Cocaine Bear. I mean, we're definitely getting bear form, right? Like, they've already showed the bear roll, right? Like, 100% we're getting bear form, right? A friend of mine promised me a cosmetic in PoE 2 if they add Righteous Fire in this patch. I don't think they're going to add Righteous Fire in this patch. Guys, it's going to be Templar. Imagine if it wasn't, though. Imagine they tell themselves Righteous Fire is more of a nature magic thing and they add it with Druid. Holy, that'd be the best patch ever. No long neck equal no RF. Yeah, that's kind of what I think so too. Got time for a PoB review? Sure, Banby. We can look at your PoB. I'm praying for a fast gameplay form. That's what the dragon's going to be, trust. The dragon is going to have like built-in 50 MS because it's flying. And get this, you go over rocks. You know how they added all those random little stupid pebbles into maps? The dragon form, one of the advantages is you get to ignore that garbage. It's going to be sick. I cannot wait to ignore random little pebbles that were placed on the ground for some ungodly reason that I can't ever understand. Minus 50? No, it's going to be plus 50, guys. It's flying, guys. Flying is fast. I need the squares are going to be hard to determine in the announcement. I don't think they're going to talk specific nerfs. They always talk nerfs and buffs in the Q&A at the very least. And some stuff is alluded to in the reveal streams too. We'll have a good idea of what is or isn't happening for sure. That guy posted the PoB. Oh, I didn't even see it. This is my target PoB that I made, and I'm like 95% of the way to reaching it. All right. Hold. Let's take a look. So you're doing Castle Crit Cyclone. Energy Blade. You have Reservation Chess Piece. Cool. Aura Effect, less attributes. Int. Not elevated, and you have mana. Block, int, max res, recover, fantastic. Do you actually have this helical in game? When you say you're close to achieving it, do you actually have a 4-stat helical? Do you actually have this? No, I don't, but that'll be the last thing I go for. Okay, so just so we're clear, I'm going to say this. You might already know this. You cannot attempt to do a helical with only 4 mods on it in the hope you're going to get 4 all positive. You either go for 5 mods where you're shooting for 3 positives, which gives you a 1 in 10 at hitting, or you're rich as hell and you go for 5 mods and you just missed until you hit all positive. So just to be clear, if you're gonna try to get this and you're planning on having all 4 of these stats, you might as well just plan on having 5 stats, because the likelihood you hit a 4 stat of the correct mods going positive is kind of worse than just hitting all positives. I hate you for the hologram master build. Which one? The is it the lightning warp one? It's doing its job. Which prereqs do I go for this character? You would go for it would be the is it a delve mod or is it an incursion mod? It's an incursion mod. You would recombinate over the incursion %ES flat ES. You would fracture that mod and then you would craft the suffixes after the fact. Basically doing like a score in essence for int and strength and then bench crafting all res or something like along those lines type of deal. When's the next podcast with Noogie? It'll be next week. Basically after reveal stream. We're not gonna do a podcast before the reveal stream talking about like who knows what, because we don't even have information, right? It'll be fun. Well, trust me, that's more doable than trying to hit a 4 positive. You're gonna be engaged for a long time if you're trying to hit what you're trying to hit. CDR, Tailwind, and Strength, pretty dang cool. One thing I will say, yo, Kiordi, appreciate the sub. I am not convinced Sanctuary, or Sanctuary is probably fine, but I'm not convinced Shaper's Touch is really what you want to be going for on your glove slot. I think you want to go for rare gloves. Like, you are forcing in strength in a lot of places. But I'm not convinced the 140% increased ES is necessarily worth over rare gloves and the ability to drop some of your strength investment for other options. Because you don't need this much strength. You do want some strength with Righteous Providence. I don't know if you need quite this much. Something to think about. But rare gloves are quite strong. That's one thing I would say you would want to look into. Everything else I'm seeing, I think, makes a decent amount of sense, but you're going to want to change your approach on helical and maybe go for a little bit less strength investment and consider rare gloves. And it looks like your clusters probably need a bit of work, but I think your pathing and stuff, all this other stuff makes a good amount of sense. But yeah, that's the biggest thing is I would consider rare gloves and change your thought process on helical. Going through my standard tab to let a friend borrow some stuff and found my old Shaper's Touch with Commandment of Fury. We had 2% per for so long. And minions got it nerfed. Oh, that's still like the thing I'm most salty about. Freaking minions, dude. Of all the reasons to get Shaper's Touch nerfed, and it was minions that got it done. It was gonna be a nerf that would happen eventually, no matter what, right? 100% it would happen no matter what. But the fact it happened because of Baron zombies. Like, come on, man. That was what gave that got us the Shaper's Touch nerf. Stuff ain't right. Is a Giga ES shield better? This is a good shield to have. You could go Giga ES, but I think this is fantastic. Plus support gem scaling. Double block. No, I think the shield's great. The sap on block. I like this shield a lot for E-Blade. His body armor has a 7 link. It's POB magic. He probably has, he was just testing out faster proj or something in his POB. But yeah, you have to drop one of those. Now PoE 2 is dropping. Are you going to make builds for PoE 2? Or are you going to stay? I plan on playing PoE 2. Unless the patch is bad. But I plan on playing PoE 2. Were there any big changes that happened to Path of Exile 2? I know they did like the big the tower rework, but did they do any other stuff after that? Which game do you prefer? PoE 1 for sure is still my preferred game, but I really enjoyed the last patch for PoE 2. And the variety is definitely nice for sure. Like, if you're going to ask me would I prefer the one PoE 1 patch every 3 months or one PoE patch every 2 months and then 2 months PoE 2 patch, I prefer this, right? The variety is nice. Do I play Tarkov? No. I think DM got me to download it and try like a couple matches with him, and I was like, I don't know, this isn't really for me. We're expecting nerfs to Ataluis and Tech Rods. I think they'll nerf them, but we'll see. Ataluis and Tech Rods are kind of crazy. Detected out of touch GPU. The game knows. The game knows I've been unwilling to update my NVIDIA drivers. Holy, my controller's all dusty. I haven't used this bad boy in a while. Will the game remember? It does. Is the reveal today? Yep. Reveal is today. Do you think Druid will be transformation focused, or do you think there will be a beast minion theme, a separate ascendancy for it? I kind of think it's gonna be transformation themes, nature magic themes, melee, maybe some melee themes combined with the transformation themes, like that sort of stuff. I think is the approaches they're gonna take. We'll see.
What's new?
Ange, what do you got for me, Ange? It's been a while. We have some leftover goods. Nice. It's been a while, Ange. It's been a while. Share the wealth lance. It's just like whatever I left for sale before I logged out. Wait, can I? Is there a dude, I already forget. Is there a mass move button in PoE 2? There is, right? Dude, it's been a while since I played PoE 2. L3? Dude, I gotta remind myself what even is L3.
Can I help?
No. Not that. Not that.
What's new?
Hold X. Nope. It's hold for PoE 2. I'm pretty sure there was a way to move all of it. I really don't remember though. Alt plus F4. I don't think it's the game. I don't think it's the keybind to close out the game. I kinda don't think so. The hell is L3? Click the joystick. I tried clicking the joystick. Left joystick in. Yeah, it's not that, guys. It's not that. Click harder. I don't think it's that. Switch to a keyboard. There's a keybind for it. I just don't remember what it is. It's not those. Is this new? This friggin' pulling up chat with LT. Is that what's cooking me? Hold Y? No, it's not Y. Game didn't like something we just did. I just crashed the game with whatever I just did. Oh. Clearly see the Lance's young lads. What are you guys talking about? They freaking like changed the keybinds or something. Probably. It's been a hot minute since I played controller, guys. Okay? It's been a while. It isn't, they do have mass move in PoE 2, right? Am I gaslighting myself? They don't actually have it in PoE 2? They do? Okay. I know there's a way to do it. I just don't remember what it is. Not for controller? Nah, you can do it for controller. Control right clicks controller.
Hail. Have an order?
Only been a month, bro. It's been a long time, okay? It's been a hot minute. Unstash. Hold, no. No. Unstack, pick up. Bulk move. So I can definitely bulk move into the stash, which is holding Y, but I can't do that for bringing it out.
Yes. What's new?
So I guess controller support just doesn't support the mass move for taking things out then.
Have an order? Hail.
Yeah, so it definitely has support for it. Is it like a different keybind or something? What the hell? So non-controller player could do it for sure. Left trigger, right trigger. Guys, if you don't actually know how to do it on controller, stop making suggestions, okay? That's like, I don't have any way of telling of who's gaslighting me and who's actually trying to be helpful. Up, up, down. Oh, shut up. I swear LT and RT didn't used to bring up this chat garbage. Is that new? That's gotta be new, right? LT bringing up freaking chat. I feel like that's messing with my keybinds. It was always chat? Surely not, man. Surely not. Okay, I need to change that before I hurt my eyes. All right, fixed. To move items in bulk with a controller path, you could use a button combination like triangle D-pad on a PlayStation. Open tab options. Controller to transfer items. I have an Xbox controller though, guys. It doesn't help me. I completed a T17. Yo, congrats, man. Definitely not D-pad. I feel like they killed the functionality. I feel like I could move things in mass before out of the stash. Like it's obviously the hold Y works for stashing, right? Surely they just bricked it and it used to work. Isn't it just hold when you're moving from and to stash? This is me holding Y. Now I'm clicking Y, and this is me holding Y. So the holding Y clearly works for stashing, but for some ungodly reason doesn't work for pulling stuff out. I guess I could go look up VODs of me playing the game and try to see if I had the ability to like stash things in mass with controller. Because it obviously has support for mouse and keyboard. Check in-game keybinds. $800 div, yeah, we added an Ange.
Motion is but death in disguise.
Is there a specific spot where we're gonna actually look up my keybinds? I think this is all it gives me in terms of controller keybind stuff. You don't have a list of keybinds for controller? Yep. I don't think so. Because I wouldn't know where to find it. I'm pretty sure you just can't multi-transfer from stash to inventory. That's what it seems like right now. Man, I really want the hot swap because I like playing this game with controller so much more than I like playing with mouse and keyboard. Oh, I need this so bad. Press in the right stick plus Y. You want me to try that? I think I've already tried that, but sure, I can try that again too. It's also like a terrible choice of keybind because that's freaking like awkward as hell to do. Because Y is where you're... Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Y is where your right thumb is, and the right joystick is where your right thumb would want to go. So the wyvern picture on the bingo board? It's a dragon, okay? I trust the dragon's gonna be real. Five legs. It's a tail, guys. It's a tail. I feel like that's pretty obvious. It looks like a New York City rat. Do your rats in New York City breathe fire and have wings? Come on. Be realistic. Pretty much. Okay, I don't get you guys. You guys want to fight over the technicality of wyverns versus dragons, but you want to talk about your fire-breathing winged rats. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if that flies. I don't know if that makes any sense. Time to see if I remember how to even play this game. Okay, create new character, click, choose my class. The witch. But next league is going to be the druid.
Your
Test.
Necromancy ends here, at the end of a noose. Speak your last.
SSF. I remember handle the Bible promise to run Valdos. We did the test and it failed. What do you want me to say? Corner L. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It is what it is.
I will not join the dead.
What's the best build for controller to play in BB2? For you, Lance? The best build? I mean, you can play whatever, really.
Now, I would appreciate it if you could.
Okay, so this obviously does not have... Oh, it should actually.
Reach clear, fell. Fine.
What you playing? I'm just reminding myself how controller works in this game is what I'm trying to do at least.
I'm going to like it here.
Is that how I did these? I do like that.
This oozes darkness. I welcome it.
Are they going to do this for every ascendancy? What do you mean by do this for every ascendancy? Auto target is great on every build? Yeah. I really prefer it gameplay wise. I was actually thinking about it a little bit. I was like, holy crap. My wrist is going to feel so good doing this. Compared to, PB1 where I play on, mouse and keyboard. Give me rolling magma? Nah. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Nah, I dodged. Did I not? Yeah, I'm kind of remembering a little bit where I like my keybinds. I think I like that. Man on RB, life on LB. Is that what I like for keybinds? Dude, it's been such a hot minute. Transmute drop. Did I already get a transmute? Am I cheating? I might be cheating, yeah.
Is this
It's possible.
all that remains?
There's a knife you stick to the cards.
A kind leader.
What's your plan for the league? To play Druid. Today, we're hopefully going to find out what kind of Druid that's going to be. Whatever it is, it's going to be a Druid.
Yeah, please. Take your time.
Ooh, +1 chaos to start off the run. There's no world where you ever afford this on the start though, right? Like the amount of gold you have to your name is
Oh, I
like
this.
nothing. 57 gold. We could sell this. Yeah, we broke as can be.
Goodbye.
Yo, Farmer, what's going on, man? Farmer, you getting excited for the reveal today? Ask Farmer about his Blight farm. He's probably gonna talk about how he dropped another mirror. He keeps just getting away with it every time. I don't know how much longer I can see him get away with it. New GGG, the GGG tweet is the Druid art. They're tweeting before the launch, before the post. You know what I need to look up right now? I need to look up what the hell I did with my keybinds. How did I like to play my keybinds? Because I know I liked my keybinds, whatever I played with. But right now I'm not sure what those are. Dude, it's been so long. It's been so long. Is it when the next cheese slice will be consumed? No. That's when the reveal is happening. We got 13 minutes for the live reveal, guys. 13 minutes for the live reveal. In my actual Abraham, appreciate the sub. Wait, they're probably live right now, aren't they? Path of Exile. Screw it. I'm just gonna exit game. Turn that down to 0. Soon TM. Yep. Soon TM. Launch day. What the hell did I do when I started this character run? Down for maintenance. Looking at the tree. I'm playing. So I did play Mana Flask on it. Okay. And then I had Unearth on X, the grab skill, Contagion. Yeah, that makes sense. How'd the testing go? It didn't go, man. It didn't go. Non-existent. It was questionable. All right, I can get rid of this now. We are within the final minutes of the reveal stream. Volume check. Does it sound okay, guys? I need to make sure YouTube can hear it as well. YouTube should be able to hear it. We'll turn it up a bit. Well, I'll turn it up more when they actually start talking. Turn off ads. Ooh, yes. Let me do that. Good call. Shout out to Noogie for teaching me how to do this. Or at least I think it was Noogie or it was Ziggy. It was one of the two. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Should be off, so we shouldn't have any ads for the reveal stream, guys. Turn on extra ads. I go into the ad page and I just multiply them by 10. That'd be crazy. That'd be diabolical work. I'm going to eat an egg. You got an egg, man? Dude, eggs sound pretty good right now. You try Vaals in the Graft build? We did like one test map where it became blatantly clear it was not going to work. Mostly because my setup was just bad. I didn't have a solution for mana yet. My approach is wrong. I forgot about Graft Ascendancy. And it's like, not enough time. Not enough time to actually set it up properly. Can you multiply the ads by that much? It has like a freaking like scroll bar. I just have it all the way down, but you can. I actually haven't scrolled it up, but I'd imagine like people can freaking set it to like 30 minutes an hour or something like that. But the thing is, like, who would want to watch that stream though? If it's just like you're never watching the stream, if it's just always ads. That'd be crazy. 30 ads per hour? No, not 30 ads, but like you it's a scroll bar based on minutes of ads per hour is what it is. I never like check what it could even scroll up to, but the minimum is like 3 or 4, and then some people run more than that. I think the max is like 22. Okay, that's kind of crazy. 22 would be insane. Sound like cable TV. I kind of feel that way about streaming services. Me and my wife have like looked at a couple different like streaming services, and they all of them seem to they're doing like the paid with ads. Like you pay for their streaming service, and then it's still like just as many ads as what cable TV would have. It's like we've come completely full circle. It is pretty much what it is now. I gave up on services, now I'm back to sailing the 7 seas. Oh yeah, the pirate's life for me. Cable TV was like 16 minutes an hour. Yeah, it's pretty significant. At least it feels like. I mean, we've tried out a few different streaming services, and they're paid with ads, and they have a significant amount of them. A lot of them are increasing the ads, and they're doing it so they force you to buy the ultra premium. Yeah. It's like we had a good situation going when it was like just Netflix, and Netflix was only charging like $10 a month or whatever, and there were no ads, and it was a good time. But now it's like they're like the cheap service is $10 an hour, and that's with like a boatload of ads, and then the premium service is like 25 or something. I don't know. Rolly Van, appreciate the subs, guys. Thank you. uBlock Origin, does that work on like streaming services? Like if you're watching on like freaking Netflix or something? Interesting. I might have to look into that. I canceled Netflix after Witcher Season 3, and now I'm a pirate again. Do what you gotta do. Can't watch most football sports anymore just due to how many ads they're trying to shove in them. Hockey, you can just get the animated Dasher ads, but now it's just all over. Yeah. Maybe there will be I mean, once people will probably lose enough money to like people just being like, all right, I'm gonna become a pirate again. Maybe that we'll get another situation where there's a reasonable service. I kind of felt like that was what Netflix was initially, but definitely doesn't feel that way now. Do we have drops enabled? Yes. Drops work for any stream in the PoE 2 category will have drops. You just need to connect your Twitch account with your Path of Exile account. So you can feel free to watch whatever PoE 2 stream you want. You just need to have your account linked. I don't care too much about the ads in sports. It's just or less trying to find where they're playing and actually having that service. Yeah. I guess like to some extent with sports, like if there's downtime built into the thing you're watching anyways, it's whatever, right? You know, if, like there's quarters in basketball or timeouts or all different stuff like that where there's forced in downtime anyways. It's not the end of the world. What's all the bingo board looking like? This is our bingo board. We got Atlas passive tree revamp. Maybe they delete mini trees and have a whole big tree overhaul. That's one cope for Atlas. I have another cope for Atlas that is we get some control in terms of choosing layouts. So that's my Atlas related stuff. Nerf related stuff. Adaluis, Rakiatas, Tech Rods, Roas, Lightning Rod, Vibracap. Some of the top use things that are just really powerful. For the cost of investment, etc. Crafting nerfs maybe to essences or abyss, maybe nerfs to lightning damage archetype overall. Gem level items. Those are some of my nerf predictions. Buff predictions, I'm thinking ES. I'm actually thinking life maybe gets a buff. Dragon form is real. I am not coping. You guys take that to the bank. It's not going to be a wyvern. It's going to be an actual dragon. Surely it's going to have 4 legs. Because that matters apparently. I'm gonna call it a dragon anyways. I don't care if there's a wyvern. I'm gonna call it a dragon. You guys are gonna be mad about it. Okay, I'm gonna stick to my guns and I'm just gonna keep calling it a dragon. ES buffed again. Yep, a tale as old as time. Maybe we get some Vaal skills. Itziri boss fight. I think that would be pretty cool. Tattoos with Toda I think is quite likely. An alt version of the Blood Mage based on like some Vaal themed stuff tied to Itziri boss fight potentially. Give him 5th leg. It's a tail, guys. It's a tail. I'm coping we get 3 Ascendancies for Druid on launch. It's probably just gonna be 2, but I'm gonna cope there's gonna be 3. Endgame difficulty scaling would be really sick, you know. Maybe give us some harder content, some reason to push our character power. What else we got up here? Chase level uniques. You know, something on the level of like HH, some really desirable items would be cool. Especially if, like, for example, you have more items that compete for the belt slot would be nice. Probably some more lineage gems I could see. I have a Huntress themed additional ascendancy that has a companion theme and transform theme. To maybe go along with adding Druid into the game for more transform options. Atlas system remake. I don't think they're going to completely remake the Atlas. I think they're going to do stuff to address Endgame, like difficulty, like reworking maybe you choose what layouts, maybe reworking the tree. I don't think they're willing to throw away the entire Infinite Atlas and start from scratch type of thing. Kill towers. They already did something for towers, which is basically making them no longer that now you just have like basically like scarab keystone things. By Axio Silas, appreciate the sub, or not Silas. Silas is the follow, thank you, and Muscle Fiber, thanks for the sub, man. Don't worry to remove the paint from the screen soon. Yeah, we got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. All right, real quick, actually. I want to pee real quick just because it's about to start. I'm gonna top off the water. Give me 1 sec. We got 2 minutes to go. I will be right back. And then we're getting into it. 0 minutes. Wait, how much time?
My axe.
My 17 seconds. All right, guys, I'm gonna turn off alerts so they're not playing during the live stream. Thank you for the sub, Fluid. The 2 gifted subs, appreciate it. But we are gonna turn off. We're gonna turn off the alerts, and I will adjust volume. Just let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. Okay. Oh, it's happening.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Too loud or too quiet, guys? So I'm getting mixed answers. I'm gonna turn it up.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with
He's
him?
about to mess him up.
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
That's a drag. That's a dragon, guys. I don't care. That's so a dragon. That's a dragon. Yes! I can fly! Let's go.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world.
Shape and filth.
One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, It means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more
Wait, what
lumbering
now?
animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities.
This is us, guys.
But that doesn't
This
mean
is
you
us.
can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma
Much
is
of
the
a
first of the Wyvern's
dragon!
breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These
Yo, it is
balls will
rolling
trigger
magma.
volcanoes
What the
as
hell?
well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it. Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem
they're adding
that will automatically
totems.
cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later.
No
First
3
class
classes.
is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle.
Yo.
The Oracle
looks
perfected
sick.
the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you.
Say what now?
For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses,
That's pretty
and with
neat.
a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The
Now we're
palace
talking.
of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it,
Oh,
a chance to save
that
the
looks
Vaal.
cool.
A gateway through time. Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Atziri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up.
Locus
And
of
it's
corruption.
worth it, because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted.
Wait, what?
What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power.
Here we go, poof!
There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
No! $50-50, baby. I like
Each
those
room
odds.
has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Ugh.
For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
Yes!
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon.
I'm listening.
A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Pseudo hardcore.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeperlatal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power.
Go!
One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
Oh,
this
thank
mechanic
goodness.
felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content. But it was both annoying to do
The delirium
and
memes
resulted
worked.
in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes.
Oh,
now,
give me the nerfs!
Most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid Ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Yo, I like that hat.
The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of.
See how long you've stalled?
Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes.
For real?
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
We're actually getting patch notes?
Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
We're actually getting patch notes.
We're
Yo, what the
looking forward
hell?
to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering lost Vaal secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Interesting. You think you're gonna have a network problem or an audio problem? I don't think so. Well, maybe. I don't know. Dude, I like the Fate of the Vaal mechanic. That reminds me, specifically, that looks very synthesis.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the Fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through.
Are we gonna be OP boys?
I think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but...
yeah, I think we'll try and get some, like, raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think, particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to... Normally, we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at Endgame, but I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would
showing trap
feel
skills
like
new
to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform them back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the classist.
The bear's gonna roll, guys. We've already seen the bear roll,
and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one. Because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD, and that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning.
He said dragon in the trailer, guys.
So, yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall.
He said dragon in the trailer.
Goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago. Yeah, we were like trying to. This is not working.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there. I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf.
Now I'm listening.
Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like, it was really tricky to think, like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like, there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like, I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforward, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
There's no way. There's
How
no
do you make
way.
all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like
you're going to
actually scale these
specialize.
things together
Surely.
in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else.
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like, you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing
You
is
make a
like,
bingo
okay,
lance?
well,
Yes.
if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them, and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like, we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But I mean, like, this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like, during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gen. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this was intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. And I'm like,
Ziggy's getting us nerfed. Yo, Ziggy, what the hell, man?
We'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
You're supposed to be there for quality of life, not pre-nerfs.
I'm fine with that.
yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage. Each time.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like
Okay.
ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in there that feel
fine.
illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but, you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, you know? So
Yeah, you gotta.
we'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
They'll see the thing not generating rage, and they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets?
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time. And I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the end of the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what.
Talking about abyssal crafting,
that's kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But
not really.
But the thing is, as well, the weapon swapping.
Abyssal core, that's what we know.
Skills from different elements. Different weapons and things
well,
like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build.
Well,
there.
I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got, like, strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do, like, cross over just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah.
Like...
It's interesting actually those ones because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength Int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength Int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the Strength Int side. But that's been fun though because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure.
Any endgame changes?
Going to apply to some other kind of thing. The opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like
delayed
growing plants as a ranger. Could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the rangers' plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a rainy druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like thanks druid,
frog change.
Poison rangers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of just
you said that game.
Yeah, good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. And stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is. And even
just
a lot
call
of,
it
like,
a dragon.
Stuff is pretty established as like
what
the
hell?
Plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy, with us. And it's just like, well, exactly, right? That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare exactly, right? So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like what animal is ranged. Like it's not really it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, "How about a dragon?" And we're like, "What the heck? What are you talking about?" But then eventually I thought about it.
What do you mean? What the heck?
There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good.
Call the dragon in the preview.
We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for Strength Int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cool.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits.
Okay.
That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. But we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or. I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold find?
Yeah, totally.
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that
sounds like ES buff to me.
Thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added, but yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
yeah. I feel like because there's like such a range of identity.
You go armor and then you remember ES
you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more.
You get back in line.
So you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear
never
does
go
get
full armor. Don't tell Carnarius that.
So you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, I was like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE 1's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember.
Yep.
Too many names. But it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long.
That sounds good with the max.
So
rage
things
gen
like
1.
that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. But we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every
like
different
4 years
part
buffs
of
in a row,
tree,
guys.
so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 100, what is it?
Shaman looks cool to me.
30 extra.
I want that
classes.
rage stuff.
Fuck. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
it's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's
really
the
is
best
the
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
What more could you want?
I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
It's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits period.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really? Really, like that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection
Vaal
screen
Blood
and
Mage.
know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle Ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah,
Don't play Drew. Oh, you guys are gonna miss out. Drew's gonna be
There's
dope.
always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that.
Shaman Rage Stack, believe.
The build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like,
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to
do more of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
It's so
I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance.
There's something for sure. Yeah, he's way too happy.
He's way too happy to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear, and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. So like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the
Lance, what are the green
and
passives?
everything. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like
Why are
in the,
some
in
of
the
them
druid section
red?
tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about it and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But
more
mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both.
Yeah.
Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that.
Which was a
All
turn
so
off.
we'll move on now.
I mean, it's
to
something they're going to add
Fate of
over
the
time.
Vaal
I bet they'll add
expansion.
some for every class.
There's definitely
to be
more of a
honest.
like clear divide between the two things, and
The
you didn't
dev
actually
time
need two
thing.
separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have
That's
these,
what
like,
I
two
think.
completely clashing themes in the trailer.
think
So
they'll keep
yeah,
adding
we were
them.
like, it's like normally, of course, we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end, we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely
and
separately.
they're not connected. Like they
No,
don't,
not
they
at
don't
all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
They're not. Aside from both of them
Oh!
having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
that
just happened.
Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like, so yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous
Losing
league mechanics
frames?
into
Yeah,
like story
the
quest
stream's
stuff, which I was
lagging.
super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few things going on there. So, like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms. Like it's kind of a bit simpler. Like
They say we're in third lab.
And
They
then
didn't say
once you
anything
pass
about
the sort of
Soda,
key point
so
in the
I
storyline,
don't
then it
think
like really
so.
opens up. You go into the past. You've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
the PoE one
Going
style,
Giga try hard.
betrayal basement You know, you just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location?
Wasn't that based? Hey, shut up.
Okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, you know, obviously when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, you know, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed, and then
it was Torment.
030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite
Rise of Missile was good.
Got there in terms of
like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
And then this one here, I think like, you know, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, you know, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league.
So he's
like, it needs to be quite sizable and good, and it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because
this league mechanic did look pretty cool.
I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but you know, it's well, and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, you know, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. Like, you know, there's a lot there. Like certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you know, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, you know, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. You know, there's just a lot there.
5 encounters gonna feel bad real fast. They said you can store it up and run all at once.
Yes, from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. And then I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like, you know, work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And you know, just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like
the audio syncs. Yeah, it's a bit off.
People worked on made it really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. And just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing. Yeah,
good, right? It's always it's really fun.
Yeah, 5.
You know, and I just like coming up with a
where you're building a temple, you run.
All right. That'll do that.
It like it's a really small one at the first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill at Zeri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. So it goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. So that's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on that
you can.
grid.
Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
not
I mean,
running out Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra endgame
patch
play,
notes is later,
want,
guys.
Like, the most
It's after
stuff,
the
just, like, looking
Q&A.
to get, like, as many
We are actually getting
as
it
you
today.
can and stuff like that. You're probably
Crazy
going to want
enough.
to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill it Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually
So
you
they're
can
gonna let you
do
store
you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
60?
If you want,
Yeah, yeah.
or you can do 6, then
That's
a
a
temple,
ton.
then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
or
10
anywhere
runs,
in between.
10 runs
Nice.
if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it. The
Well, the
problems
thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need
Yes,
to,
it is.
You say we thought
Yes,
of it,
it
and I
is.
have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit, personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like we now
TFT
have PoE
reference.
separated those two things, so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might
Power for
get a similar thing
blasters.
here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get
A lot of
destroyed
mapping
is variable,
content
and there's a
before
bunch of
you're
stuff we can
forced to
obviously
run it.
tweak. But yeah, like getting that right,
Or if you
and
just don't
feeling
like the
right will be
content.
important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except, depending on, honestly, having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed, instead of
planned for
entire
that.
board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
Yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought
established-
about it, but it
Yeah.
can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like,
You think
you
people
know,
are going to be mad
the
at them?
idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
So
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with. I mean, even if you, again, it's the
Well,
kind
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
Because how
yes.
can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
You
So
can't.
I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
It's yours
Yeah, so
accused
you
already in the
need
game, guys.
like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double
Disfavor
corruptions
not.
as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell.
There's no
Is there
axes.
any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1? in
Nah,
this
so
case?
that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why we did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the tempo, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Vaal orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game? Yeah. You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
Don't call me the cheese master.
Crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like, you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear.
I eat cheese just as much as the next guy, okay? Not an abnormal, exorbitant amount.
People always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign. And it's like, you really have to incentivize that to make it so that there's actually worth doing. Like, you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, it seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like, you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do. And we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels orb in Keth or something like that, kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then
guaranteed 5 link in like Act 4.
I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE 1 to be
50-50, baby.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Vaal orb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it to when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Vaal orbs land it.
More
and
risk.
Then you have to
get the
land
good hit, and then you have to go for the
that.
second good hit.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that really high unique with
you have to hit the good. You have to hit a good hit and then corrupt it again.
That you're not just risking a blank item.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So like
up the ante.
It's a heftier
double down
risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Vaal spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool.
I'll make so many channel points. Yeah, the believers are going to print. Doubters are going to be down bad.
I didn't want to Vaal orbs to just,
this is 50-50 odds, okay? It's not rigged against us.
I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE 1 recently where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Adziri, Vaal uniques. Yeah, so
uniques.
I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But
Crazy.
the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up
it is
Vaal uniques,
Valborn,
for
right?
obviously thematic reasons. Then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random.
But it's
mod
different
that's on
because you get to
item and
choose
then,
the
replaces it
item.
with another random mod.
You're
So,
not just pulling the lever and gambling to get the specific item you want. You can take the item you want and send it in.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like...
Wait, what?
It's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been like
incompatible item
infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques. So it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here and, you know... just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vaal unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vaal uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has, like, Soul Leader. And it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you can also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes. But I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how
like
far
Vaal
through
uniques?
we'll
Yep.
get with all of these specifics.
For,
it's like a
for
lot
Vaal
of stuff.
themed
Once you
uniques,
start doing specific
which
things
has good
for specific
possibilities, right?
uniques,
so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean,
and
you've
then
also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going
true.
on.
And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique. So hopefully
Is Wrath of a Vaal unique?
And then you do the cool things and you just get these
I think
really,
it is.
really, I assume you're going
It's
to
got the
get some
theme.
that have these, you would replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two, because you can replace
Life stack good again.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try.
Chase
you never
uniques.
know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new like Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Vaal.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
So yes,
but in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. For sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Vaal skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean,
I can't believe we didn't get Vaal skill gems.
Here we won as like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
F5, please. Work.
Quite makes sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of.
Oh, it's even worse.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree.
It's not just nostalgia. It's freaking good.
Haven't even got all the classes and skills in place and all that.
Right.
I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning
Vaal gems? I think it means corrupted
challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
Corrupted gems, just like Valdo.
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access. It doesn't quite make sense.
PowerPoint,
to do that. But post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of Endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors.
Yeah, what the hell?
The mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when. At what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it?
Told us despair.
Instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing
Christmas killed Toto. Yep. Christmas killed Toto. You hate to hear it.
So I've been enjoying the
Get back to the trial of Sekimo, boys.
That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding waystone crafting more annoying. We only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with rewards, or we can say no leagues do. In which case, it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like waystones, they will get regular. They'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things. Which
your graphics is ignored. No, your graphics is matter.
How can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that. In order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more Endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in Endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when
guys, they said they literally made the monsters drop more loot
storyline things
proportional
in a way that can
the
monsters
make it
removed. So you've got that, but the other leagues don't have that as much. So we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
But the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the Ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Public League, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because, you know, that'll be, it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
we obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in-game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
so I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think,
Did they just say that
in-game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the in-game that kind of are like independent of the, you know, just things like how the Atlas tree
I think
works.
he just said they're going to do it
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's
the tree
and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like, you know, the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, you know, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, you know, that whole like having King of the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, you know, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And you know, there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated. And it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option, do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like,
yes.
oh, damn. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously,
fog was Reddit's #1 issue.
But, yeah. I know there's the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031,
this is going to be the issue everybody's mad about this league.
Tabling and talking about.
This is what it sounds like.
That players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right?
It's a touchy thing.
What we found was that even after
already bad.
Like what we actually sort of heard more was like, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in-game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes, when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like, there's obviously a point where like once you can one-hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spin.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become
make the Deadeyes suffer.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled
Nerf
into
the Deadeyes.
So
the highest thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AOE focused and
just
more,
remove your remove their movement speed while we're at it. Take it off. They don't need that.
But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things.
Delete the row.
The sort of higher damage skills.
We're gonna control F the row on patch notes.
More than a lightning rod can actually be viable, and that should hopefully improve the situation.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like that. Speaking of like Atlas tree, that's a thing where the Atlas tree should be the thing thing that you can. It's like your build can do that. So like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing because we're doing this whole like monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just
probably
get
like
stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything.
The tourists are getting out their pitch.
But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making like on the
they paid for this vacation.
I guess this is a little bit of
they're about to get their refund.
Spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters. Where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So. But then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However. It is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the endgame now, where it's like you step into the endgame, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start,
people complaining have not even played the patch yet, can't take them seriously at the moment.
Like, okay, I'm going.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like, I saw 5 seconds, I'm going to judge it.
Intention, my actions are more intentional, and then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere, it's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's 2 games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character.
I missed everything. Welcome back, PoE.
We can do that with the end game as well. And that's
we're towards the end of the
Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
That's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that.
People are just Doomer? I don't know, man.
And,
I think it's a lot of people that
this topic then, and you touched on it
don't like PoE 2 to begin with.
There's definitely been like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with like noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure
it's about Lightning
of
new, not yet.
When we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this, is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like, everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
Yep. But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. And, you can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
The
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, well, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
It's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But that's a perfect example of, again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently, and so it's
a good case study. Because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing here,
this is a good middle ground.
It seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. A nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random
Good.
Wait,
what more
did
words
we
can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff. Yeah. We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar.
About the gear versus tree thing.
Fire damage on a wand is
what are they going to say?
As tier 1 affixes between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind of being shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is this something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you know, you
stuff,
get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with, well, more the ease of it, the ease of getting it, but that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say
crafting nerfs.
I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is. You know,
just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
You know, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, you know, we you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you because you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve, and like we added a lot of passives at some point.
I wonder what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna play life.
Obviously, just added all the druid ones, but not just that. Like, we added more like ignite support on around the mercenary. You know, for example, this time, like as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to like more prod speedy stuff because like we were like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so we're like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So
life was good.
Again, it's gonna just honestly we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy,
or just
you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like
life. It is life
scaling, and
good question, Ziggy.
Pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And
Mark is an ES main.
I mean, you got issues with ghost dance obviously being a bit hectic.
We got a guy on the inside for sure.
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction, nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So
wait, really?
But we'll see. We'll see.
I'm not getting my
nudge in the
free
right direction,
square. Are we
perhaps,
sure?
but, I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes,
direction?
that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just completely trampled.
You also said not nerfed enough.
Yes. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break.
Beautiful
you know,
cycle.
To the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now.
What class are we doing this
pretty
batch?
much, yeah.
We're going to do Druid.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, that's a very, very... considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that, it's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, bring them in. Not, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quote all the time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, that's fine, which should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. Mm-hmm. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. Right. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons. And it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and. The old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's
homogenizing. Oh no!
Gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was a good time. I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular power. That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right,
like
that might be it.
And
That
that's
might
it.
be part of
It's just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like,
are they fixing Jumbo? I have
instead
no
of reducing
idea.
the plus
Maybe.
gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. if I recall.
It's weird to me
Oh,
that
man, what the
like
hell?
added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know. Like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there.
Yeah.
Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, there's of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's well. We've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the
Focus.
foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50.
No, he's creating distinction.
Higher than wands, give or take. So
currently,
and then
wand focus just gets you more damage.
Like it just
They have
adds
the
more
same
reasons you want to
defensive
use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage. I actually think it was than a staff would have been able to.
Exactly, that was the problem.
At least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You're going along I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like,
cases of that.
I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of 20 levels go by where it's I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas you get to Endgame and it's okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, And then it's which one's your bonk weapon? Which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. They're not nothing make or break, but it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, it matters, in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good.
The rebalance weapons, base types.
It's another one of these things where it's we
certain base types were higher level, but not necessarily
weapons.
better.
We were well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because what do we play for? Currency,
asking the MF question?
Well, don't you worry. We've had our every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we did it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just we need to find
slightly closer to despawning rarity.
We need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that in order to make it work. And it's this
Obgun might have just had a heart attack.
It's if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. The mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value, but that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. We can't say the number of the okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is it's not that when you get that it just increases currency. It's through 10 layers of different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, overall in currency increasing.
You mean the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool. And that's very, very difficult.
Those want to remove
it. It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should give?
Just remove Dex. Just get rid of that entire part of the tree.
Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense. Cool. Oh no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage.
Did they see the Connor video?
And even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with, like, the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a
for real
15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at Endgame, just while we're here. Lots of things are buffed that aren't lightning builds necessarily. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board.
Like a fish.
But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable. So, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Now they're equal. I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, one of them should be more damage, one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
but ultimately people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to it needs to or rather it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes.
The end game stuff now, I think a lot of people do.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Hearing delayed to 0.5 is definitely a rough one.
Kind of. You have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there, then, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong. Not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added.
Elements are super weird in PoE too.
Yeah, like it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones.
They talk about performance? Yes.
We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat and it doesn't have enough, like, I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit. And
does Drew seem cool?
So
a lot of combo stuff.
Love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that
cool if we can scale it
didn't have crafting into,
which I'm guessing is going to be the case.
Some of the
just
most
like every other time they've showcased
crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think
like, min-max into a specific skill and it works.
Crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes.
I want to look at the Druid Ascendancies really.
How these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like. Definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously, and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and, or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like it's done, my character's finished, and I could see people being very binary on that for sure, but then it's like, you know. How much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems. Like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard for sure. Like if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely. Feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base, and I can.
I mean, the biggest thing is
guarantee
taking
that
out
it's gonna be good, and So
homogenizing.
what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so.
Staying
But
across the
again,
board.
it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was seemed hyper illegal as well as like some of the specific
my
essences.
favorite one, man.
Like the tiered currencies, you feel like
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
Do you think it was going to exist? No.
Not changing very much aside from the removal.
Doesn't
of
mean I
waystone
didn't like it.
Crafting from it.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a few number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there when you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons where it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vaal stuff too. Well, the new Vaal stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your 1 exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We can put that in our review mirror.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft
so many combos,
like
guys,
really good
they're
gear
gonna showcase the combos.
easily,
That doesn't mean that's how you have to end up playing.
They would stop playing.
Just like
player retention would go down.
Every past league, they've showcased combos. And what have I done?
To an extent,
and what has basically everyone done? They've played
to the build
single button skills because you can.
They might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like, a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of, like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, we'll keep. I'll ask about that.
Gotta do it in order. Guys, you don't have to do any specific thing.
What about now? Can we scroll to the end?
The beauty of being able to choose how you want to play.
So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
Lance is a combo hater. I'm not a combo enjoyer, but
very insightful. Thank you.
That doesn't
Maybe
mean
you guys
that
can type an actual question.
Sealing them showcase combos is a bad thing.
Well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of, I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's well, great. There you go. And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used. And
guys, did you hear Lich buff? I heard Lich buff. Did you guys hear Lich buff? I heard Lich buff
at the end game, but those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
Of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed.
Why Lich? Lich has multiple different runes that give movement speed. The movement speed on low life rune, for example.
Like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move faster. It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well, to some degree. But
I've been more on that side of things. Like, maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on
limited to one. That rune is already limited to one, guys.
Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that, really. Which is it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So.
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak.
I think that's where it's going to end up
on. But
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. Yeah, okay. I think almost every Ascendancy class has some level, like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed, some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and, like, we got rid, I mean, Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that, like, multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, Well, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So, pulling some inspiration from the PoE 1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take their node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got changes
pretty
everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like, so it's a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player.
I don't play minions,
Generally
guys.
speaking, there is. And so
I don't know what you're talking about.
When they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that.
I'm not counting.
The other thing is, I think we're still doing... I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Oh snap!
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around. But this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to.
Yeah,
it's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, you know, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it. But like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know. We need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are...
That's funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yeah. What about axes?
The importance is understood, it seems. It's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the Ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot.
I like Gimli. Okay,
we've just
not a crime.
Started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
You know, kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like. I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've
you said 90%. Somebody's going to go do the math.
At the end of the day,
85% plus, 50%
better than Ice Archers at the end game. But certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, and you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. You know, some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is.
I see this.
Again,
do I need to see this?
95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed
we'll look at this after.
to be a bit better. And
it's all the nodes.
Just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build and right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread, let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision what would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, you know, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like, druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
that might have been a long time.
That was actually for the Huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
like,
not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Somehow we
come on. I can't remove things from my stash.
We have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. It's much more close than it was last time. Like
next time for sure.
Happened, but like, you know, it is a
Jonathan,
thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah,
I guess I have to log out every time I need to trade. It is what it is, boys.
We will definitely have that. I know it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all, and you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
I know,
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but
controller inventory. Oof, no.
But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really, really do. So, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year.
Jonathan, we can't have all what we want. Is it going to be next year or not, Jonathan?
It's certainly by having, to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it and, do what we want to do. But so, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like, we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but...
look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
We're never going to release, Jonathan. Okay. Redditors are eternally mad. Don't you know?
Performance improvements, which look like really impressive, even more than the 25%.
No, it's never releasing.
It looks even better.
People
are
just always mad.
Look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over promising.
Under promise.
And so under promise and over deliver was the plan, but effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively what we've done is obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on so the GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because the thing with multi-threading is that depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. We don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
It feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous things
that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah, exactly. Just
because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it, and as I said, already it's so much better now, but we'll be even better than that.
Awesome. Fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore.
They've got
patch notes.
All right, everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Here.
Thank you very much.
It's here, boys.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Good Q&A. Patch note time. It is, guys. Patch note time. It is. We made it. I gotta be honest. I didn't really get to talk too much. I didn't want to interrupt them when they're doing the Q&A and stuff, but a lot of mixed reviews from people in chat, positive/negative. I think the League of Canada looks good. I also was a really big synth enjoyer, and it reminds me a lot of synth's little build out block mechanic. So me personally, that looks fun to me, but I guess for some people that is not ideal. Definitely a bummer they didn't get time to do endgame changes, but I like the way Mark is talking about it being a significantly big change to me, I feel like that's kind of what they need in terms of the end game. It's so far off. So the fact they have their sights set on a much more significant change, it's a bummer we're not getting it this league, but I'll take that over them doing a half-assed thing. Okay, let's go ahead and look at some of the patch notes. I'm gonna scroll over some of like the basic stuff and go into like balance and new things. Abyss core, they're not saying preserved vertebrae no longer drops a well of souls to account for the fact Abyss is no longer spawn in all campaign areas. Okay, fair enough. Added over 10 uniques. I think in the trailer they said like 15. So probably when they wrote this, that's been updated since then, I would guess. So 10 new uniques would probably be 3 or 4 from Itziri herself, and then like some generic ones would be my guess, right? Mark said 11. Okay, there you go. Over 10? I guess. Hey, they knew they were going to do more than 10, at least 11. Added some talismans. Yeah, there's some unique talismans for sure. There's like the volcano one. Bear form becomes the demon form they referenced, which is looks kind of like that fiery or that one minotaur looking boss guy, but fire themed, lava themed. Foulborn mods too, yeah, which that is probably a much more significant change to the overall meta than this is. The Foulborn items. Somebody said, Lance, you're crossing off the chase unique bar. Why are you doing that? They didn't showcase many uniques. I specifically did this in reference to Mark saying a 1D unique becoming a 300D unique. In my mind, I think Mark knows what a Mage Blood is. And if you're referencing an item of that value, you're referencing a Mage Blood level item. So I'm guessing he has some of these Valborn mods are extremely strong. It's speculation, but that was my thought process and what I took away from him saying that. So, and we'll see what kind of changes or what items have modifications. Vaal themed items include items like Adorned, Hate Forge. I think Wrathpith would be included. There's a lot of pretty strong items in that archetype. Obviously, they showcased the Viper Cap, one of the go-to meta helmets of last league, right? So we'll see what the hell that could entail, but I'd imagine there's some pretty probably potent possibilities with that. Viper Cap, yep, they literally showcased Viper Cap as one of the items. That I forget what they had change about it, but that was one of the items they literally showcased in the preview. Double Corrupt alone, yeah, Double Corrupt that's going to be just fun to take good items and try to make them better. 50-50 YOLO risk it. We're definitely not going to delete very good items for sure. It's okay. General improvements, sure. Player changes. Tailwind. Wait a minute. Wait, the first... What do we have here? Movement speed, 2% skill speed. Previously 3. Evasion rating, 10%, previously 15. And prevent 1% of damage from deflected hits per stack. Right out the gate. A little bit of nerf to the attack speed from Tailwind. Okay. Just a little bit to address Deadeye, I guess. Sure. Base unarmed attack time is now 20% higher than it was before. Okay. Nerf it more. Yeah, just get rid of their skill speed. Just get rid of the movement speed. Modifiers to number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer be reduced to the required number of enemies below 1. So that's the Viper Cap nerf. Basically, you have to have at least 1 enemy nearby. No longer do you get the buffs when there's not at least 1 nearby. Required number of enemies below 1. Okay. So, fair enough. Rage regen now pauses rage decay similar to other means of gaining rage. This means that your rage will never decay while rage is regenerating. Okay. Real quick, since rage was mentioned. Did I accidentally close out of it? This thing right here, this Ascendancy. Where is this one? No inherent rage loss. Regen 6% of your max rage per second. Increases reductions to mana regeneration rate. Apply to rage regeneration rate. Skills which are not default attacks cost +5 rage to use. This, I feel like, is going to be a really fun point to invest into. To do any of the stuff that requires basically rage to use. because that means you can actually scale it, and this is base 6%. They talked about the double rage thing. That counts as technically battle mage. I think that's probably, I mean, I haven't looked at the other runes, but this rage line here is definitely probably one of the most exciting ascendancy points, just briefly without like really going through and looking at other mechanics. I mean, Mark also mentioned the double max rage thing where it removes inherent bonuses. I don't think this would count as inherent. I think this is a separate thing. So we'll see if that's the case or not. If that pairs with that keystone, I don't know. Look at the Druidic Champion node. Is there another one? Yeah, the more spell damage, yeah. Angry Mage, yep, Angry Mage. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. Rage no longer causes a visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more rage. So that you know you can use these abilities. All rage spend has just been standardized to 10, okay. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. This is mostly targeting at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. In these cases, the hit will now deal at least 1 damage. Okay, fair enough. So you can see that you hit the enemy and their HP bar technically moved. That's funny. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with standard duration and will reapply them after they expire the next time the aura applies some abilities to targets. Okay. Ascendancy changes. All right. Wind Ward has been removed. So they shoved the DR partially down to Tailwind, but removed some of the Tailwind power. Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. I don't know if that's good or not. I guess we can look at the... actually have the path of building open. The critical weakness got better, yeah, but they forced it behind something, right? Bullseye is this, called shots is this. Is called shots good? So they made this node better, but you now have to grab it behind a node that's maybe not good. I don't really know how good called shots is. I have no idea what this does. Is that good, guys? Is that a positive change there? Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy skill, which now gets Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, fire and range attack will create a Mirage that uses range attack for short duration. The advantage is you cannot create another Mirage for a short time after the initial creation one. That maybe is good. It sounds like the freaking Mirage Archer thing from PoE 1, but instead of the limitation of being too close, it has a delay on how quickly you can activate it. 19% of all Deadeyes are using called shots. That means it's probably pretty decent. I mean, 19% is pretty high use rate. That's not like a dead skill or not a dead anoint or dead node at that point. Definitely lower than probably like 100% are using clicking Tailwind, right? Contagious contamination has been removed. Okay, that's the poison spread. Practical remedies has been removed. Running assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Oh, that's kind of nice. Where is that? Is that this node? Yeah, cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Okay, so it just gives you like a light stun when you get sprinted and you don't get knocked down. Add a new Path Seeker, can allocate passes from Warrior starting point or from the Sorcerer starting point and grants 4 passive skills. Okay, so basically they changed Traveler's Wisdom, because Traveler's Wisdom was like 5 passive points, and so they said, hey, you can start from a new location, but you still get 4 passive points. So that's kind of good. That's actually really good. Compared to previously just being 5 points, right? Is that what it was? Just 5 points? Yeah, it was just 5 points. So now it's 4 points, but you can actually change locations. So they made the node not just generically good, but actually interesting. I like that a lot. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker, so you have to go through this to get this node. It grants attribute passive skills, offer additional options, 5% global defense, 5% cost efficiency, and 5% damage. Okay. Which is pretty dang solid. That's actually kind of a lot. That's actually, I mean, that's pretty freaking good, actually. So Pathfinder is a pretty generically good class now, I would say. You can go Zoom nodes, which are just generically nice speed nodes, and then you could start on Warrior or Witch with good travel points. Crossfinch is pretty interesting. Yeah, that's a cool setup. That makes me want to roll Pathfinder. Yeah, Pathfinder no longer tied to necessarily being a Ranger start. Well, you can get the Ranger start movement speed, and then you can be a different build, right? You can benefit from some of the early movement speed they get, and then you can be, you know, elsewhere, right? All right, Amazon. Elemental Surge reworked. Grants skill Elemental Surge. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Surging Avatar reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental. Blah, blah, blah. I have freaking no clue. Pass. Pass on whatever that is. I don't know. I don't know how Elemental Surge is. I don't think I care. Maybe good. Ritualist. Ritual sacrifice stolen modifiers duration is 82 to 120 seconds from gem level 1 to 20. Previously 15 to 20. Quality now gives plus 20 duration. That is funny. Okay, so now if you're going to take the time to do this little ritual sacrifice thing, now you get the buff for straight up 2.5 minutes. Okay. Maybe that's usable now. It is hilarious how drastic of a change this is, going from 21 seconds to 140. That skill took like 5 seconds to cast. I don't know what kind of benefit it gave, but I was just like, I'm not interested. This, maybe if it's a good benefit, will feel worth doing. Incredible Life Force now also has you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Okay, so basically this node is no longer useless for people that aren't necessarily caring about the Fizz dot from it, because it can give you just 15% more damage. So Ritualist is got a nice buff. Sure, cool. Holy Smith of Kataba. All right. First Warbringer. Warbringer, Imploding Impacts now also grant fully broken armor you inflict. Increases all damage taken. Oh, cool. So it doesn't just work with Fizz now. Okay. Cool. How much of a damage multiplier is armor breaking? The Ancestral Warhorn minions summoned by Warbringer's Ancestral Call now are more consistently hit close-up enemies with the second part of the slam attack. Interesting. Any armor break enjoyers? How much damage increase was this? Oh, full format. I think it's pretty good. I guess we'll never know. Surprising Strength has been removed. Surprising Strength, which is the damage against stunned enemies, which is kind of lame. Crushing Impact now grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned in. So they're moving this into one node. And then they're adding a new Mountain Splinter Ascendancy, which grants every third slam strike that doesn't create a fissure, which you use yourself, causes 1 additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. Requires crushing impacts. Okay, so more slammy stuff going on. Sounds like a buff. Sounds interesting. Fisher Warrior, something like that. All right, Smithing Katava was getting the big change, right? Each notable connected to the masterwork now grants 200 flat armor in addition to its other bonuses. Okay, so they're giving you back some flat armor. They're removing some of the nodes. What do we have now? You have Glory Generation, Thorns damage, body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Okay. Internal layer now gets reduced of 100% crit reduction. Grants the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging ailments. Yo, that's really nice. $50 plus 30%. It's 30% of your entire spirit pool, is it not? Is your base spirit pool 100? And then if you have other flat increases of spirit elsewhere, like this is a pretty, like, this is a multiplier stack. They don't offer a lot of spirit throughout the tree. Or you guys think this is a local stat? To me, I think this is global increased spirit. This is, like, for reference, Grand Spectrum Spirit Jewels. If you had 3 of them on the tree, 3 jewel sockets, it would give you 18% increased spirit. This is more than 3 jewel sockets of Grand Spectrums, which for a spirit scaling build, those are like best in slot. So I to me, that's a pretty powerful stat. I don't know. It's still like you're still giving out your body armor. We'll see what else you have. So unaffected by ailments. In the fire spell on melee hit, Heat Forge now costs no mana when triggering. It also grants 10% increased damage per level up to 200% at gem level 20. The fire spell on melee hit skill granted by Heat Forge on Smith of the Katava now costs no mana when triggering, and it grants increased damage per level. Okay, is that 200% increased damage for this skill locally, or to you, the player? I actually don't freaking know how this skill works at all. Sounds like it's probably scaling the skill, right? Not actually giving you the increased damage. Skill just gets 200% increased damage, yeah, to whatever skill is getting triggered. So, like, okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. You have whatever fire skill you're triggering, and those get increased damage. Temper weapon skill granted by against the anvil. The combust triggered by its empower attack now deals more damage. It has a base radius of 3, previously 2. And the manifest weapons spend more time actively attacking. Additionally, as a mace, it has a cooldown 6 from 10 for slam skills, core staff, sweep skill, spear. Okay, I don't know about this stuff. This is the thing where like you pause in the middle of the map to like hammer your weapon, right? Smith of the Katava, good. This stuff seems solid. I don't know if it makes me want to play Smith of the Katava, but it seems solid. I think I see an Infernalist nerf. What do they do to Infernalist? Seething Body no longer grants while on high Infernal Flame. You and allies and presence gain 50% damage. Seething Body now grants gain Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while on high Infernal Flame. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high Infernal Flame. Lose Elemental Archon on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. Elemental Archon, which is different than cold, fire, and lightning Archons, right? So you have to balance your Infernal Flame to be on high, but not to be full. Keep reading. There's going to be another Infernalist note later on. Seething Body no longer grants... Okay, but Whispers of Flesh now also grants target cursed enemies have 100% reduced life regen. So Blood Mage didn't get a nerf, but Adalui's Tech Rods might be later. Refracted Infusion now grants when collecting Elemental Fusion, gain another different type, previously 50%. So they made this Infusion thing 100%. Made the Infusion stuff better. +2 limit. Cool. I still don't know if this makes you want to use infusions unless there's other infusion changes, but +2 limits is kind of cool. More to the limit spells. Inevitable Agony granted by inevitability has been updated. Now ignores the curse limits. Now causes cursed targets to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them over curse previously 20%, scaling to 33. Okay, so they made the Chronomancer special curse better and ignores curse limit. That's a pretty big buff to that node. Don't know if that makes me want to play it. Gemling got better max res scaling. So congrats to Gemling for that. Thaumaturge, granted by advanced thaumaturgy, generates a charge once every 5 seconds, previously once every 8 seconds. Okay, so charge gen. Managing a stack that sucks. Yeah, I am not a big fan of playing infusions, so we'll see. We'll see if there's other infusion changes. I'm a little bit skeptical. Supporting fire skill from Tactician, Unleash Hell, Death from Above, cooldown is lower now. It now fires volley every 0.7, so it's just, this got like massively buffed. Maybe that makes this good. I don't freaking know. I'm surely not playing tactician for it. Strategic embankments, notable passives have been updated. Troy Blister no longer has 40% increased mobility. It now grants 20% skill speed. Okay, so Tactician just got some skill speed where it was previously a mobilization buildup. Right here, 20% skill speed. Siege Ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilization. Now grants 25% more damage. Okay. So basically, the Tactician immobilization nodes got buffed. So this node's the same, and then this node is better speed. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I see. This is specifically in reference to this node. Following. Okay. So it's totem stuff. You know what we think about totems around here. Which Bane now has concentration equal to 30% of life. This is a buff. Ceremonial Lapse Evolution. Now instead of grant sorcery reward, also protects against physical and chaos. What? Sorcery reward way better now. That's kind of insane. So now sorcery ward works on all damage types, not just elemental. That's kind of crazy. That was already pretty good, yeah. That is very substantial. It's a 4-pointer though. It's the best part of the Witch Hunter, I think, is the sorcery ward. I think you kind of already wanted to grab, like if you're going sorcery ward, you wanted this point too for the fast recovery, etc. Right? It was strong, yeah. I think that's pretty dang nice. Invoker got buffed on the less evasion rating node. Soul Spring and Eternal now additionally grants meta skills have spirit reservation efficiency. That's kind of nice. It's a lot of reservation efficiency. What was the Soul Springs Eternal node even giving before? Was it activation, cooldown recovery or something? Yeah, they gain more energy and now they have better reservation efficiency. That's kind of a lot, actually. 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency is kind of a lot for meta skills. Unbound Avatar has been updated. Now has a cooldown of 12. Gain Unbound, blah, 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 blah. No more than once every 0.2 for each ailment. Okay, when you inflict elemental with hit on an enemy, gain no longer has no more than once every second. So it no longer has the delay. Like you can't generate, like you can generate really fast now. It just got better. Druid is goated. We will see. I haven't looked too much at the Druid stuff. Shocking Ignite enemy now grants 1 Unbound Fury, previously 2. Okay. So they took away the rate limit, but then you don't get quite as much. That's insane. I like Invoker. Yeah, that's pretty much just all buffs for Invoker. Embrace the Darkness now gives plus 10 max darkness per level, previously 8. Into the Breach. Leech. I think I'm still never clicking a Chayula. All right, time for the passive tree changes. Chonk veins are logging in. I doubt it. I think Chonk is still dead. Chonk is not looking that good to me, guys. New passive skills to the Druid side of the passive tree. Values of magnitude have been increased massively. All instances of gaining Flame, Ice, and Lightning Arcana have been changed to Elemental Archon to better support builds using multiple elements. Archon-related passives on the tree have been adjusted accordingly and condensed. That sounds pretty nice. Maybe, just maybe, Archons are playable next league. That would be cool if they were. We can only see POB. What are you talking about? You see exactly what's in front of you, right? You guys don't see this? I'm still not playing Archons. You don't even know what changed. Jellyfield, are you serious right now? They say, hey, we changed this to make it more easily usable where it doesn't have the issue where you basically nerf yourself by clicking an Archon because it doesn't play well with multiple elements. And then they say adjusted the tree passives, which could literally make them very strong. We don't freaking know. And you're like, auto include me to not playing that. I'm just going to pretend it doesn't exist. I played it last league. I mean, I tested it last league too. And I obviously thought it was pretty rough. And this could make it not that way, right? You did the same for Chonk? This is all quantifiable things. This is not. Like if this said it gave me an exact number and it still said you're going to have at least 50% downtime on your Archon, I would say, all right, that's still not going to be good enough. You know what these changes said? They said numbers still bad. Acolyte Chula still has the same problems it had before, except their numbers are slightly better. You not see the difference? Hollow Palm Technique Keystone grants better attack speed. More attack speed per 75. Previously 25, so it's slower. Base attack speed is... that feels like a net nerf to Hollow Palm. That's a pretty big attack speed scaling change, right? Going from per 75 versus per 25. With the base higher, faster attack rate. I feel like that's a Hollow Palm net nerf. Walker of the Wild's Keystone has been removed from the passive tree and its effects have been moved onto a newly added lineage support. Walker of the Wilds? I don't even know what the hell that is. Walker. Stormwalker, Frostwalker, Flamewalker. Okay, that or this. Walker of the Wilds. Mana Leech recover based on one's damage size instead of his. Okay, so that's moved to a lineage support. Fair enough. That's gonna, well, I mean, we'll see what that does, but that sounds like that might be -1 link to some elemental attack builds. Might as well sog it, maybe. Void Illusion looks kind of insane with those monk changes. Void Illusion's got double effectiveness. I would challenge you to find anyone who had semi-viable damage with Void Illusions. And then you can start to think, is double the damage on this semi-viable thing, is it actually good? Because I don't think I, at one point, saw any Void Illusion doing any reasonable amount of damage. The Crimson Assault Keystone passive now grants 50% more magnitude of bleed you inflict. Okay. Bleed buff. I guess I don't know what the downside of this Keystone is. Crimson Assault. Oh, so they made this thing better, but it's based on 1 second duration. That's already like kind of rough to play with. Passes that granted movement speed penalty from using skills while moving on the pass tree have had their values lowered. Passes that granted reduced movement speed penalty from using have had their values lowered. More passes of the tree now grant the stat to make up for some of this. Interesting. Is that Deadeye nerfs? Is that Deadeye nerfs? Skip the line. Elemental Equilibrium, which Keystone now grants cold infusion remedies you create are instead fire. Fire infusion remedies or create lightning. Lightning or cold. oh, previously it was random and now you can actually force it to be like the right type you want it to be. That could help. I mean, depending on the skill combination you're trying to go for. If you're trying to play around infusions. Okay. Added 3 new area effect clusters to the monk part of the tree. Added 2 projectile speed clusters to the mercenary section. Added a bow cluster to the ranger section, granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. The hell does that mean? Surpassing chance. Random was better, I think. I think they're different. Like, it depends on what you're trying to do. Certain situations, you specifically say, I want to generate this charge consistently, and you want this. Other situations, you'd rather it be random if you're trying to play, like, all 3 type of thing. If you want Cold Spark, this is better. Yes, that's a good example. If using... if you generate a lightning infusion, which then instead gives you a cold infusion, which is useful for a lightning spark, then yeah. So it depends on the use case. I think there's more things that benefit from this than get hurt by it. Added a new bow cluster to the ranger section of the tree, surpassing chance. Added a new cluster between witch and monk remnant attraction. Don't know what that means. But I guess it's probably like picking up remnants from farther away or freaking like pulling them in like gravity. Principal infusion now has remnants can be collected from 30%, previously 20%. Tribute notable from Heart of the Well unique jewel now has remnants can be collected from 80% to 100 if you have 100 tribute, previously 50. Okay, that's something. So they're increasing pickup radius of remnants from a few different nodes. Glory, pure power notable, grants 2% increased lightning damage per intelligence. Now instead grants 10% more. Holy. Ooh, pure power. Anyone use pure power? Raise your hand. Say, I'm gonna go get my pitchfork out. I'm gonna go over to Connor's house right now. Okay, you know who to blame. Okay, Connor's fault. Okay, he pointed out that it's 3 times better than the strength notable. Gigi said, write that down. And next thing you know, they sent out the hit squad for the pure power notable. It was needed. Yeah, this node was quite frankly just ridiculous. Like we can tell that something like this doesn't really make sense balance wise, right? In PoE 1, what is one of the strongest items in the game? It's a simplex. What's one of the most important stats on the simplex? 2% damage per 15. This is 2% per 10. Obviously, there's less attributes in PoE 2 than there are PoE 1, but still that level of scaling it is pretty insane. So that's, hey, they saw it. Wildstorm no longer grants 15% more, now grants gain 4% damage as extra lightning, gain 4% as extra cold, and plus 10 dexterity. I think this is better for non-stat stackers. The 10% more max lightning? Sure. For a character with no attributes, yeah. But the thing is, this already existed, right? It's just a weaker version of what Wildstorm was. Renamed Tandem Assault Passive Tree Node to Hunting Companion with no change to functionality. Okay. Change several small clusters for companion stuff. Wait. Companion small clusters now generally no longer grant both companions deal increased damage and increased damage while your companion is in your presence. Holy companion gamers. Some of the most insane percent damage nodes on the tree is literally these companion nodes because they're just 20% damage in small points, whereas everybody else on the rest of the planet has to deal with freaking what? Where's some good examples? 14%, right? Like 12%. Like these nodes were twice as good as other nodes on the tree. So, and it was generic damage. So rest in peace. The Deadeyes have been spotted once again. What else do we have? Support changes. Crescendo or in sports. Perpetual change is now a dex support. Okay, so changing around some of those. Changing some other things. Disabling Ricochet 3. Inevitable Crit has been renamed in Inexorable Crit. World drop lineage support gems are now less common. Overall, less common. Okay, drop rate nerfs. Specifically, lineage support gems have been adjusted relative to others. Add a Louis lineage. All right, what is it going to be? 2% extra per 20 life. Previously per 10 life. Up to 40%. So this thing used to give you just unrestricted gain. Now it goes only up to 40%. Ada Louise was literally like, you took a build. Like the Blood Mage started out as a fire build, converted to chaos, right? The second we got Ada Louise on that character, it became a physical build. It went from like 100% of my damage is chaos to 85% of my damage is fizz, because it was like gain 400%. It was so much gain, right? So yep. Salute to Ada Louise. It's no longer ridiculous. Also, it lost its cost multiplier, which was kind of insane for tech rods because you scaled your regen with that. So it got hit from two sides. Zoph's Pyre became, I guess, better than it was. Now we have gain 40% for all the different Zoph ones. Neat. That's kind of cool. These ones are also the ones that give you like they also give you like Ashes, Radiance, PoE Wiki. They also give you like chaos damage can chill and stuff, right? Chaos damage from sports hits can also contribute to shock chance. Yeah, exactly. Those ones are nice. All right, so Breach 1's better. Einhar's Beast Right now grants killing blows from sword kills. Strike skills against rare monsters grant 2 of their modifiers for 5 minutes. Wait, what? Yo! HH, but now your mods last 5 minutes? Now we're talking, baby. But it's only for strike skills, so it still has some limitation there. But holy, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's basically the entire map. You know, you're not gonna be in the map longer than 5 minutes. That's pretty funny. Okay, cool. Zarek's Refrain now grants spell echo 3 times, previously 2, and grants echoed skills from support spells have 40% increased AoE. Cool. Spell echo buff. Like to see that. Urg Smelting now grants fully breaking armor with support skills, causes affected targets to permanently take increased damage up to 20%. 5% per. Now go previously was 2% per. Sure. Valenta's Propulsion now grants 75% increased reductions. Cast speed also apply to proj speed, so better for like spark enjoyers. The funny thing about this is it was pretty similar to the value of proj speed, so this should make it consistently better than proj speed, because it was kind of like you had to make a choice whether or not you were doing this or the more proj speed support, right? So it got a nice buff to its proj speed. On Citadel no longer has support skills have 30% less AoE or deals less damage with hits. So this is just a pretty big buff to On Citadel. Wasn't On's really good? Wasn't like Shield Wall a pretty like popular strong build? So that's a pretty huge buff. No longer has the less AoE and no longer has the less damage. That might be like, I bet they made this rarer. I bet they made this like one of the rare ones. I bet this is going to be expensive. There's going to be some Shield Wall guys that are like, I'm league starting Shield Wall. And then it's like drop rate's going to be non-existent. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, we'll see if they did something to the Shield Wall skills other places, maybe. Hey, Gavin, how you doing, man? Tech Rod's Revenge now grants minions from support skills die 20 seconds after their life is reduced to 0, previously 10. And minions from support skills gain increased attack and cast speed when their life is reduced to 0. That's cool. All right, nice. Rigwald. I mean, not nice. I mean, who cares? I'm not a minion player. I never played minions a day in my life. All right, anyways. Rigwald's Ferocity now supports skills have 30% increased attack speed if you use this in weapon set 1. Previously, 20% more attack speed. If used in weapon set 1. Okay. Interesting. Wrath's Assault now grants support skills load 5 bolts, previously 3. And support skills load 4 additional bolts, previously 3. And now have attack speed. Okay, so this is freaking a crossbow thing. Wait, that's a nerf? What's a nerf? This thing, 20% more speed versus 30% increased. Yeah, that's probably a slight nerf. Depending on how much attack speed you add. But rest in peace. Arjun's Metal grants 100% chance to load a bolt, crossbow, previously 35. Cool, I guess. Arjun's got buffed. Yep. Apparently so. He's gonna play minions wolf day 1. I kind of think I want to. Okay, of the we'll have to go back through and look at some of the footage of stuff, but where was it? Was it around here? Wolf stuff. At one point, they're just like freaking, just like meteors from the sky happening for the Druid. I think it's when they go over like some of the Druid Ascendancy stuff, right? But that thing looked, yeah, it was like this, right? This is when they were showcasing Ascendancy points. I'll find it any second now. Furious Wellspring. This one, Apocalypse. It's like auto-bombing like meteors. That looks kind of fun. For sure, the rage stuff seems quite good as well. Stop, you're going to be a wolf who howls at the moon? I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, where were we? Calms Madness. Now grants support skills deal 20% less damage, previously 40. So Calms Madness got a buff. Okay. I'm not going to be a wooing, guys. Tawao's Tending. Totems created by this. Don't care. I don't play totems. We pass. Allure. Now its support skills have less curse effect, previously 25. Okay. So +1 curse gem just got better. Cool. That was already pretty good. Gurrican's Resolve now grants max crit chance with support skills is 50%. No longer grants support skills become usable after you have moved 20 meters. Support skills become unusable again after use. Hi. Gurrican's Resolve. Was this the Bifurcate one? Attack critical strike, critical chance with support skills bifurcates. Becomes usable after 20 meters. So they're setting your maximum to 50%. So you have the upside of the bifurcate, but then you don't get the guaranteed crit. With like the, or you don't get the like giga crit multi because the bifurcate. Kurgel's Leash now grants gain and holy might for 15 seconds, commanding minions. Another minion thing, we don't care. Arcali's grants supported skills deal 8% more damage with hits for each poison enemy up to 80%, previously, or up to 40, previously 30. All right, nice damage multiplier increase. Takati's Ire, poison sword skills 2% faster per rage, previously 1. Poison change 2. A-list Trimes now have 25% chance to gain power charge when expending combo. No, I'm just going to pretend that doesn't exist. Arbiter's Ignition now has chance to gain Elemental Archon igniting an enemy with support skills. Previously 20% to be Flame Archon. Cool. Poison Rage. Yeah, the poison thing may be pretty strong. I mean, that's a lot of rate. That's a lot of faster poison, right? Oh, you still have to inflict the poisons, right? Just means the damage will be dealt out faster. No projectiles no longer cause support skills to gain 4 additional projectiles, or support skills deal 40% less. So Nova 1 just means you shoot in a projectile in a circle. Nova 2 says you gain 6 additional, and now you have a big cooldown. Holy. Nova support in shambles. Absolutely decimated. So either you get no plus projectiles, you just get the random direction thing, or you get 50% less damage with an 8-second cooldown. Holy! Yeah, okay. Piety's Mercy renamed to Dominus's Grasp. Sure, Dominus's Grasp now instead of grant support skills chain 100% more times. Chain support 100% more times, 30% less, previously 50. Okay, that's nice. Buff the chain. Chain plus 2 times, previously 1. Now grants deal less damage. So Giga Chain. And then you have chain 200% more times. Now grants support skills chain plus 2 times. So it's just plus 2 chains with no damage downside from chain 3. Okay. That's pretty solid. Culmination, combo, pass. Stormfire support now causes enemies shocked by support skills to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage as well as fire. Living lightning attacks now deal the same amount of damage each hit with the chain. Rage War Cry and Rage Forge supports are now treated as spending rage. Okay. Upheaval, Branching Fissure are no longer restricted to melee attacks. They can now be supported any skill that creates fissures. Cool. Impact Shockwave can now support non-strike wind attacks. Okay. Well, there's some nice buffs and nerfs in there. Definitely seems like they're targeting some archetypes. They didn't mention Rakiata's flow in here at all, which kind of surprises me. So Rakiata's flow is not going to exist next league. Are you guys ready for Rakiata's flow to be Awakened Multi-Strike of PoE 2? I'm pretty sure Rakiata's flow is going to be like 100D. Like, there's no way they didn't nerf that thing with that. If they didn't nerf it, they killed its drop rate. And it was already bad to drop. It's gonna be a super giga drop rate. Yeah, it's gonna be, we're gonna be rolling the what's his face casino, man. Every time you do that map, you're gonna be like, come on, do I get the Mage Blood level drop from this? As it should have been from release. It was pretty rare on release, to be fair. Right? It was like, what, a 1 in 20, 1 in 10? Like, it did have, like, not a great drop rate to begin with. I don't remember I don't know what it was exactly. I think I didn't get my first one until I was, like, 27, 28 fights deep or something like that. What's the boss's name? I do not remember. I should know his name, considering how many times I fought him. But it's the crew guy. Tavukai, yeah, Tavukai, yep. All right, Frozen Mandible Monster can once again no longer be bound as a specter. No more Cocaine Ant, guys. Stop making this guy a specter or a tame beast, okay? No more Cocaine Ant. GG said no more, okay, guys? Stop giving your ants cocaine. It's not right. Can you stream another 45 minutes, please? We'll stream for a bit more for sure. I mean, we still got the rest of these patch notes to go through. Buff summons fragment variants, specters, who cares? Palm skills have been adjusted. Successfully uses a skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Reduce cases, okay, where it fails, fair enough. Ice fragments from escape shot and ice tip arrows now only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. Is it? I don't know. Was this a good skill for Deadeyes? It looks like it got nerfed. I don't know if it would. There are Deadeye players using ice fragments. Are you guys ice fragment enjoyers out there? The per target hit limit on Firestorm, Ice Storm, and Rain of Arrows and Hailstorm rounds are now displayed. Okay. It was a very good skill for Castle and Crit in general. Okay. It's a big shotgunning mechanic. All right, well, rest in peace to that then. They do need to, I mean, the lightning rod is in here, right? Surely lightning rod is in here. Whirlwinds now take on overlapping ailment ground for 8 seconds, previously 4. Buff to whirlwind. Per target limit displayed. Added the wind type to all these skills, so now they have the wind tag. Fixed the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limit skills. Frozen Locust, Earthquake, Earth Shatter, Shield Wall. These skills can also now be supported by Overabundance. Okay. Having modifiable limits that were not described as limit skills. Uh-huh. But now you can use Overabundance on them. Sure. Okay. Acidic Concoction can no longer consume poison nor trigger acidic burst. All right. Invocation skills now have a 0.2 second cooldown. I feel like this is going to affect Infernalist. Okay, I know I've seen Infernalist that where they have like some spammy automated skills that they're using invocations, right? Or are those not invocations? I feel like maybe that's targeting that. I'm not sure though. Freezing Salvos now offers a tier 3 skill gem. Wind Blast is now offered as tier 3 skill gem. Attrition is now offered as tier 4. So changing some drops of some things. Spellslinger, yeah, Spellslinger is an invocation. Spellslinger you had to like manually click though. You weren't automating Spellslinger. You actually had to press the button with that. Ancestral Cry is now better damage, but it triggers less, I guess. Sister Warrior Totem no longer has the less attack speed. Arc now has magnitude shock instead of more magnitude. Increased effect, so they're hitting some of the shock scaling you could get. Arctic Armor now deals less damage than it did before, but it has 100% more freeze buildup, but now has 100% more magnitude of chill. Okay, so it's more to like give utility. I mean, Arctic Armor wasn't really dealing that much damage to begin with, but I guess it's just to make sure that you inflict significant chills when it procs on enemies. Because its damage wasn't that great to begin with. Attrition now requires less spirit. I mean, attrition was a pretty decent reservation, right? It was like a kind of a more multiplier. But I guess it was enough spirit that it wasn't worth using. Ball Lightning now has pretty significantly higher damage. That's like 50% more damage. Lower more chance to shock. Fire Infused Explosion now deals this much damage. Previously this much damage. Okay. So this sounds like it's just got like 50% more damage. Ball Lightning definitely was on the weaker side of skills. That's kind of cool. Barrier Invocation now reserves this much. Castle Minion now reserves this much. They made a lot of the reservations cheaper, it looks like, this patch. Charge Regulation no longer grants more skill speed while you have a Frenzy Charge. Now grants 25, 24, 25 skill speed while you have Frenzy Charge. Cast on Death Minion buff. Yeah, they did a few buffs to some of these, it looks like. Fire Infused Comment now deals more damage, so some more buffs to spell skills. Disengage now requires parry debuff at gem level 8 up to 3 frenzy charges at level 16. Okay, so it just gives more frenzy charges. Conflux got buffed. Cool. I like that they're nerfing some of these spirit reservation costs, because a lot of some of these spirit reservation stuff, it was like, yeah, I kind of want to use that, but it's just too much spirit to justify. A lot of the spirit reservations are lower. I wonder if they did that to Archmage too. Archmage was one of the few expensive ones you would click, but I wonder if they made that lower as well. Electrocuting Arrow got buffed. Ice Fragments got nerfed. Or Escape Shot got nerfed, I guess. Explosive Spear got a damage buff and got better ignite. So much better for an ignite if you go explosive sphere. Don't be tempted. Infusions are still bad. Don't worry, I'm aware. Eye of Winter. Don't worry, guys. The 15-second cooldown they added last patch is now... it's only 10 seconds. Don't worry. I know you guys were worried about it. You may be able to click this skill once every 10 seconds now. Fangs of Frost have more freeze build-up. Okay. We love cooldown-based skills. I mean, it depends. Like... They do have a lot more CDR available on the base tree than they do in PoE 1, but yeah, 10 seconds is still really rough at the baseline. You definitely would want to get that lower. Flame Blast also got its cooldown reduced. I think next patch we're going to see both of these cooldowns get reduced again. We'll see though. Fangs of Frost gives more freeze buildup. Okay, sure. Fragmentation rounds. Now has bolts pierce 2 targets, a gem level 1 up to 5. Previously only 2, some more pierce. Freezing Mark no longer causes an explosion. Instead, Freezing Mark grants a buff that gives you extra damage for sure. Frostbolt has more chill magnitude. Alright. Lightning Infused Frostwall. There was a lightning infused frost wall. I don't think I even realized that, but okay, sure. It got numbers changed. Ghost Dance. This is actually an interesting one. Now has 3 maximum Ghost Strands at all gem levels, previously 3 to 5. Duration between Ghost Shrouds being gained is 7.6 to 6.1. Holy. So that's a pretty big Ghost Dance nerf. You're going to gain those Ghost Shrouds a lot slower, and you're not going to have a maximum of 5. Evasion characters who've been playing hybrid, you have been spotted, okay? They see you, okay? They see you. They see your 5 stacks of Ghost Dance, and they say, hey, cut that out. Cut that out. Connor in shambles. Yeah, Connor was loving this life, but well, he just got his duration doubled on the Ghost Dance gain. I was immortal with 350 ES. You were not immortal with 350 ES, guy. The monsters hit harder than that. You just weren't getting hit, probably. In which case, it'll feel the same afterwards. Glacial Lance, Glacial Cascade converts higher amounts of damage. Final Burst now converts 100% of cold, previously 60. All right, sure. Glacial Lance, Frenzy Charge and Powered Explosion deals a bit more effective damage, better attack speed. Okay, cool. Better conversion. Sure. Deadeye's getting hit hard. Hey, Deadeye's getting what Deadeye deserves, okay? Tell me. Where is it? How do I select PoE? Oh, here it is. All right. 28%. 28. Come on. Deadeye's getting what Deadeye deserves. Much needed justice, you know? They didn't change the snapshot to week 1. Oh, just to make it look worse. 40%. Ooh. 0.6 Katava, 39 Deadeyes. For every 1 Deadeye player, or for every 1 Katava player, there's 80 Deadeye players. How disgusting does that sound? Okay, what else we got? Hailstorm rounds got buffed, maybe nerfed. I don't freaking know. Maybe better, more rounds, but a bit slightly lower effectiveness. Better reload speed. That's probably a net buff. Herald of Thunder got nerfed. Did I miss Herald of Thunder? Did I scroll past it? I didn't, right? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Now attack equal to 122, previously 143. Yep. Get him. Get him. Hex Blast now has a maximum of 10 explosions per cast, previously 3. Hex Blast buffed. Okay, sure. Cold Fuse Ice Nova now has a plus cast time? Oh no. Is that actually what it says? Plus? No. The guy who was balancing maces randomly showed up for Ice Nova balance day. What the hell? Whoever's been working on the maces, he showed up one day when they were balancing Ice Nova and he said, I know what to do to this skill. I know exactly what to do to this skill. He said, nope, you're not getting away with this. Much bigger radius, cool, I guess. Bigger flat, cool, but also, what the hell is that? Infusions. Don't click them. Ice shards. Cannot chain. Projectiles target the ground. Now have 400% more damage. 2 seconds after arming. Previously 300 after 3 seconds. Shard explosion radius is better. Okay, cool, I guess. Ice shot is now better for clear with better conversion. Okay. Ice tips arrows. I feel like I've read something related to ice shard, ice tip, ice fragments. Freaking how many ice related projectile node skills are there? My eyes are glazing over every time I see one of these. So ice tip is a thing. All right, next. Incendiary shot. Consumes 15 heat to gain 100%. I don't even know what the hell that is. Pass. Gain heat. Not enough? I don't know about that. Now additionally deals 11 damage per second at gem level 1, 55 per second at gem level 20. Ignited ground duration is longer. Okay, sure. I think the Deadeye nerfs are not enough. Yeah, I also agree. They should get hit harder. Lightning arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time of lightning rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 second. Projectiles now convert more. Previously 40%. Beams now convert. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. No longer bypasses the charge up time of lightning rod, which is why it was just ridiculous shotgunning between the two. And now you can have a limit of 20. Lightning rod has been hit. Isn't that a buff? No. No longer bypasses the charge up time of lightning rod's burst. The burst caused by lightning arrow can now, so they have a limited amount of procs that can occur from the lightning arrow. And the lightning rod got cut in half. 10 per second versus infinite procs. Yep. That's a large amount of the lightning rod damage. Another nerf is at the Deadeye. Good. Quite frankly, they could have made this maybe even worse, you know? You know what I'm saying? Maybe make it, you know, but hey. They can always do another nerf to the Deadeye players next league, right? You can always go in for another round of Deadeye nerfs. You know what I'm saying? Lightning Warp, Explosion Ground is smaller but lasts shorter and now has something to do with coal. Okay. Lingering Illusions now linger for 3 seconds, previously 1.2. Now 1% of your maximum life, previously 15. Lingering Illusions now cause its illusions to drop a remnant that grants a power charge on pickup, rather than granting a power charge when the illusion was destroyed. These remnants last for 5 seconds. So illusion, mostly better, but then they added a little bit of bad quality of life, so you have to go pick up the charge. Okay, I guess that's something. You know what I like to do is backtrack to go pick up the remnant, my favorite. Skipping lightning rod, we already saw lightning rod. They cut the limit down. You skipped lightning rod? I didn't skip. I literally freaking hovered it and said, hey, got the limit went from 20 to 10. We saw. It was good. They cut the limit in half and then they hit the amount of times how many procs per second you could get. Sir, I think you skipped it. I'm about to start banning people if they think I skipped it, okay? Magnetic salvo. Explosions now converts 100%. All right. They're adding a lot more conversion for the specific themed skills. You skipped lightning conduit. You're right. I did skip lightning conduit. Provides 10% more hit damage with this for 5 shock on enemy, previously 20. Now provides 20% more lightning damage, previously 5% more shock. Okay, so this used to say 15% per 5 shock, or 25 per 5 shock. So basically it got a 2.5x nerf. Lightning Conduit was like really ridiculous one-shots. I think you're probably... I guess we'll see if they scale down the amount of shock effect you can put on things. But that is a definite... They saw some people one-shotting some Arbiters and they said, hey, let's address that. Got too excited for reading Lightning Rod? Yeah, I just wanted to see the Deadeyes get hit. I didn't even notice the Archmage character one-shotting bosses in the background get hit too. Oil Grenade, Mana Tempest now has effective Mana Tempest lingers 2 seconds after leaving the Tempest. Okay, cool. Make it linger, nice. Oil Grenade is now 4 seconds, previously 5. Okay, Perfect Strike. Perfect Strike got a slight buff. They said, you know what? We went too far with the Perfect Strike nerfs. We'll give a little bit of it back. Fair enough. But they better not do that for Deadeyes, okay? Leave the Deadeyes dead. I don't want to see next patch the Deadeyes getting buffed back, okay? I don't want to see it. Projectiles pierce 2 targets. Gem level blah, 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 blah. Perfect. Okay, Plasma Blast now deals 50% shock magnitude from 50% more. So they're getting rid of all the more multipliers on shock and making them increases to like lower the scalability. Primal Strikes 20 plus melee strike range, previously 5. Final Strike now inflicts elemental exposure on hit, lowering total elemental resistances by 50, previously 20. Okay, that's a lot of minus res. Exposure goes hard. Rain of Arrows got a increased damage buff. Got more arrows per frenzy consumed. Remove 50% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. 150 more if a frenzy is consumed. You no longer can scale it per frenzy. Okay, I see. That's another nerf to Rain of Arrows, right? Higher effectiveness, but you can't giga scale. Well, I mean, this is still like just... Yeah, that hurts the scalability of it, right? Probably. How many frenzy charges were people getting up to? The Deadeyes keep losing? Wait, raw amount. Yes. Yes, I know I skipped like 3 things, but show me. No longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted. No longer gives increased MS. I mean, this is still like strong, but thank goodness they don't get just free movement speed. They also hit the companions and stuff too. Slow them down. Reap got a base crit increase. Cool. Raise zombie. Minions, who cares? Rapid assault is better. Cool. Slow mount. I mean, there's still like, this is still like a good speed thing, right? Not getting the penalty when you're moving. Sacrifice now grants revive slowly. Okay. Skeletal Reaver has increased speed per rage. Sure. Remove Deadeye from the game? Nah, they're doing what needs to be done. Nerfing Deadeye. What you need to do to the Deadeye players is you need to just slowly chip them down so they're technically still alive. They're on life support, but they just look back and they think about what they once were, you know? And that pain is just sitting there inside their hearts. You know what I'm saying? So they can like really feel the pain of the excruciating nerfs that hit them. So I'm saying that LA is still good. I mean, it might still be good, but it did get a lot of nerfs. It did get a lot of nerfs. I think the biggest nerf was the this thing right here. The limiting how many times you could proc the lightning rod. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Whenever you watch somebody playing lightning rod, they would shoot their arrows on the up in the sky, and then they would and then the boss would spawn in and they would hit it with LA and the game would instantly start lagging. Like the moment they did that, that was because they were just getting like ridiculous shotgun procs. And that's the only reason they were dealing like such ridiculous damage, is because of how much shotgun procs they were getting. And it would like lag the game. Every time you see anybody doing LA, the moment they did the lightning arrow into the lightning rod, the game would just lag. Blood Mage seems fine, right? Blood Mage got a big nerf to Adaluis. I haven't seen anything else yet. Adaluis is a very significant nerf. Blood Mage will probably still be able to wipe the end game, but Adaluis, to be clear, is a very big damage nerf. Okay, where were we? Shattering Palm. Now causes an explosion. The target dies while you're dashing to them. Cool. Shock Chain Arrow. No longer releases secondary beam to splits. I have no idea what that means. Shield Charge. Had a damage buff. Siege Cascade. More damage against immobilized enemies. Snipe. Icy Blast now has better damage effectiveness. Removed heavy blast and heavy stun interaction from the skill. I don't even know what the hell this is. Have you seen Wrathwith nerfs? Oh, I haven't even gotten to unique items. Wrathwith being nerfed, very possible will hurt the build. But Adaluis for sure is a huge nerf. Spark, Cold Infusion Spark is better. And they did get the Elemental Equilibrium buff to Cold Infused Spark. So that's something, right? So buff to Spark, Elemental Infusion with Spark with Elemental Equilibrium could maybe be something. Spear of Solaris. Don't think I care. Spiral Volley got a damage buff. Okay. That was a decent, like, clear skill, right? Staggering Palm projectiles have increased effectiveness. Now grants its buff if the primed enemy is thunder killed. Storm Lance, Frenzy Charge, and Powered Lance. Shock ground duration is now 8, previously 6. Okay. Did Grenadier come out unscathed? I have not seen anything that suggests many grenade nerfs. Grenade was pretty strong last patch, so I think it's probably still pretty strong. I don't feel like I've read anything that looked like a significant grenade nerf. Okay, Stormcaller Arrow. Sunder has 40% base attack speed, previously 35. Okay, I mean, it's a buff. Supercharged Slam now has an attack override time of 0.85, previously 1. Okay, so that helps, I guess. Tempest Bell got bigger radius. Thunderous Leap now has 100% more chance to shock at all levels. Toxic Domain deals... gives you more regen. Okay. All right. Toxic Growth now has 12 pustules, previously 8. Now fires 4, previously 8. So better attack speed. You can have a limit of 12. Okay, so that's like mostly a buff. I guess it's a quality of life nerf for having one shot cover as much, but you attack faster. I want to understand if they capped extra damage of Adaluis by 40%, but 40% is like every spellcaster gets max effect, even if they didn't really invest in a life. Capping at 400%, you would understand if they capped it at 400%. You know how much... Does 400% not sound like a very unbalanced number to you? Gain 400% is one support gem. You'd say that, you know, I don't know, man. I think gain 400% is a ridiculous gain multiplier. Vaulting impacts, broken stance applied. Now is 60%, 60-second duration removed after taking 10 hits. Vaulting quality, I don't know what that means. Vine Arrow gives a +1 limit of plants at all gem levels 12 and 19. Okay, cool. Extra Vine Arrows, and they deal damage over time. I think you should give a minimum of 1,000% more damage scaling up with enough life cost. Okay, guys. That's crazy talk. Voltaic Grenade got 3 uses, and now has a better cooldown. Okay, I think we got through most of that. So a lot of Deadeye nerfs inside of the skill nerfs. Nerfs to Ghost Dance, nerfs to a lot of the bow skills. What the hell is this? GGG! I don't think we learned our lesson the last time we were here. Adorned is back on the menu. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. 0 to 150. Holy guys, the jewel. Well, okay, it's not as good. It's not as bad in PoE 1 because at least we don't have cluster jewels. Imagine they had cluster jewels and then they're gonna have to walk this back. We don't have voices. We don't have cluster jewels, but still. Endgame characters, if you're not using Adorned, what the hell are you doing? I gotta be honest. What the hell are you doing if you're not using Adorned? Endgame jewels have been locked in stone right now. Does Adorned work with Tabula or nah? Does Adorned work with Tabula? Increased effective jewel socket passive skills containing corrupted jewels. Jewel socket passive skills. No, it does not work with Tabula. Also, Tabula might say specifically rare jewels or something like that. I can't remember. Grand Spectrums now rolls 6 all-res per... Previously 4. Okay, so all-res buffed on the Grand Spectrum. Okay, I gotta be honest. When I started reading this, I was thinking it was gonna like be a nerf to the percent spirit thing, but it's just a buff to the res one. Okay, that's cool. All right, Sandstorm Visage, every critical weakness in your presence for 15 to 20 seconds. Previously always 15, so it can be a little bit better. Mahowaddles! Oh, thank goodness. They're bringing it slightly back from the dead. Now can roll up to 33% for soul cores. Existing versions of this item can be made better or worse with the Divine Orb. Does this make Mahowaddles good again? I don't know if this makes it good again, right? You could corrupt it up to like 400% effect with this. With a good multiplier, but that's like really gonna be RNG. They give Foulborn mods too? That's a good point. So probably there's gonna be some other stuff with this. I guess we'll see. 330 definitely puts it back into the realm of maybe you can start considering it for some things. Also, if the double corrupt thing, they didn't specifically state this, but they showcased adding an enchant, right? Adding like another like enchanted implicit. But imagine you double corrupt, but instead of an enchant, it's allowed to roll a multiplier again. That would be kind of funny. I would imagine that's not possible, but that would be kind of funny if you can multiply a multiplier on top of what the multiplier already had. We'll see with double corrupts. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. They said 50-50 between poof, so it's probably just enchants, but maybe it could be getting another multiplier, another socket or something. Looking at Zeri currency, we're getting there. Okay. Adorned, let's go. Asylum got buffed. Perfidy got buffed. Melting Maelstrom. 3 seconds, deal 100% of mana, spend those seconds as chaos damage. Previously 50%. I mean, it's still not what it used to be. It's not the insane flask it was. Struggle Scream can have 3 additional instilled modifiers. Previously 2. Officially, this is the amulet that I'm forgetting the name on. Its conversion has been completed. We did a Hinekora Locket. I don't think you're going to be able to apply a Hinekora Lock to a corrupted item, so I kind of doubt it. Strangle Grasp. Yeah, Strangle Grasp. Zolf's Blood now has enemies in your presence have minus 25 res, previously 10. Okay, nice. Zolf's Blood now grants 50 to 100 fire res. Cool. So some Zolf Blood buffs. Nice. Choir Storm now has 50 to 100 lightning res. Pandemonious. Okay, so I guess the Breach Amulets now just give a ton of res. Cool. Controlled Metamorphosis no longer has negative 23 to minus 3 Chaos res. This does not affect existing items. Okay, cool. Saval now has you take 20% damage for blocks his, previously 15 to 20. 0 to 20, okay. So they are gonna you have the chance to roll a 0 roll. Okay. Good for Savalin. Keeper of the Ark now has 150 to 150 energy shield. Keeper of the Ark now less damage over time. What the hell is Keeper of the Ark? Keeper of the Ark. Alternate between, oh. You know what this reminds me of, guys? You know what this reminds me of? This looks so familiar. Guys, tell me what the difference is. Okay, take 30% less from hits, take 30% from less over time, alternating every 5 seconds. This says take 40% less, take 40%, alternate every 5 seconds. Can we look at the stat history? Because there's a very funny progression. Okay. So this thing got added, provides every 10 seconds. It was take no damage over for 5 seconds for damage over time. Then it got changed to 40% less. And then it became 50% less. And people still don't really click it. I'm going to go out on a wild guess here. And I'm going to say this helmet's going to become 50% less in a future patch. That is what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to keep going up. And eventually we're going to find a number where people are like, yes, I will click. We're going to find a number eventually where people are willing to take a helmet slot for conditional defense. PoE 2 notes? Yeah, Theros. PoE 2 notes. Has to be 100%. The question is, would you use this if it was conditional 100% less damage? Because I gotta be honest, it could be rotating 100% less damage, and I'm not sure I would use it. I think I would still not use it. Which is kind of insane to say, probably. Maybe to cheese a mechanic? Yeah, I guess. Let me chuck on my helmet. I'm about to get tank and arbiter beam or whatever. I don't know. Olroth's Resolve now has excess life recovery added as guard for 20 seconds, previously 10. Yo, Olroth's was already pretty decent, right? So it got a nice buff. Warriors Invictus got its stat increased. Okay. Solus Ips now has higher percent. Can socket 2 additional copies of each lineage support gem in different skills. So this got buffed as well. That's like the helmet, I think. Olros was already good. Yeah, Olros was already good. Olros was already good. Immobilize enemies take more damage. Previously less damage. So that's a significant buff then. If it previously bricked your damage, now it doesn't. Sign Ayakos. Like a lot of these I don't even like recognize the name of. Enemies immobilized by you take less damage. Immobilized enemies have 50% build up instead of 100%. So they made this now a damage multiplier. That's a pretty crazy difference, right? That's arbiter boots? No, it's some gloves. Increase energy shield. So they're increasing a lot of the stats. The funny thing about this is when you increase a lot of these stats, you know what I see? Energy shield buffs, baby. Defiance of Destiny now recovers 20 to... Shut up! Really? They made Defiance better? Hey, that's kind of a life buff, guys. I'm gonna tentatively. Okay, obviously they nerfed Blood Rage and they nerfed Tech Rods, but if we just ignore, well, actually, have they nerfed Tech Rods? I guess we don't even know yet. Wrath of the Globe now has non-channeling spells of 3% crit chance per 100 life, previously 5. So they didn't nerf the spell damage increase, and they slightly nerfed the crit. Wrathbeth is probably still quite good, to be honest. Because the insane thing about Wrathbeth is the fact it gets like 10% damage. Like, this is the crazier part of that item. Life stackers, I mean, it's still a ton of percent damage, and you just had Defiance get buffed. Which that's a very nice buff to Defiance. The difference in this and this is huge. Because like with quality, you go to 36 versus 24, right? You know, that's pretty insane in terms of how much it stops you from dying. Life stack on Adorned. I don't know if there's... I guess if there's like strength, right? You can do strength rolls. I'll never be able to see Defiance on my character now. You think they upped the rarity too? They might have. I guess we'll find out how many are in trade. Lionized Glare, bows repeat +2 times if in your presence. Doomfletch has better gain damage now. Classy. Whispering Ice now has 5 to 7 gem levels. So is this how they make the unique items, spell items competitive now? They said, you know what? We hear you. The gem levels on rares are kind of crazy. Let's make the gem levels on uniques crazy too. Okay, fair enough, I guess. And 2% spell damage per 10 intelligence, previously 4%. Okay, so the percent damage scaling got nerfed, but they got gem level buff. And they got a slight percent intelligence nerf. Okay, sure. Inflicts elemental exposure on hit, lowering elemental reses by 50 to 60%. Okay. Less int. Yeah, less int and less damage scaling per int. So buff to the flat levels, but then nerfed in other regards. Covenant grants spell leech. Skills gain 100%, previously 50. Covenant now grants life remnants. Okay, this is like pseudo blood mage type of thing going on there. Venarius gives increased res. Now has 150 to 200% increase. Ooh, wait. Silks? Veneration. So previously, this had no ES. And it gave you current energy shield also grants elemental damage reduction, which is kind of an interesting line, but you never wanted to use this because its ES sucked. But now its ES doesn't suck. Well, it sucks a lot less, right? You put this on it, and it goes from a 150 or 170 to like close to 500-600. I've never seen that item. I mean, this is kind of... That's kind of interesting. I wonder how that'll feel. Because that is potentially a lot of elemental mitigation. Like 700 with sockets? Yeah. For context, a best in slot ES chest piece right now rolls for up to like 1,000, 1,200, right? 1,300 at the really, really high end, I think. So it's still less ES than that, but it would be kind of interesting to see how good this line is. And it does have 30 to 50 spirit, and it does have mana regen. Like, it has multiple pretty like decent stats on it, aside from this line. I will be tempted to look into that, because that is pretty solid. Okay, they did get rid of the all-res, but this is definitely way stronger than the all-res. What's the meaning of that line? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's like maybe your ES applies like armor to elemental damage. Like, that's the thought process. I'd have to play with it to actually see how strong it actually feels. My guess is it might be pretty strong. Cloak of Defiance now has 50% increase to 100%, so buffed, and now has better Mind Over Matter buffed. So this is the de facto Mind Over Matter chest now, pretty much, because it gives you that ability to hit Mind Over Matter without actually taking the keystone way more effectively. That's cool. Voltaxic Rift got a big flat lightning roll increase. Cool. Brass Dome has more armor. Wait, Brass Dome and PoE 2? Isn't Brass Dome and PoE 2 like minus max res or something disgusting? Yeah. It is minus max res. Yo, what the hell? No. This number needs to become positive if people are going to start clicking that, and they're still probably not going to click that. That's funny. The Falborn will save it? Yeah, maybe. Is it considered Vaal themed? Crit chance, critical hit chance cannot be re-rolled. What the hell does that mean? Coming Calamity, Herald skills have increased damage. Ghostwrite now has convert 35 max life, previously 25. Wasn't this like 50? I guess maybe it got nerfed and they buffing it back a little bit. It just means you can't get lucky. Okay. Cloak of Flame has flat ES added to it. Cloak of Flame has 50% damage taken as fire. Cloak of Flame. That's cool. They're prepping for inevitably when they add Righteous Fire. He will be ready. He will be ready to put this bad boy on to make use of it. Such glory. Widow's Reign now has life that would be lost by taking damages is instead reserved until you take no damage to life for 3 seconds. Previously 5. Okay. Ugh. 30 to 50. And this is hits, whereas this is not hits. Lightning Coil remains worse than Cloak of Flame in both games. Classy. Vol's Protector has higher increase. Sure. Plated Vestment. Previously Ironclad. Okay, so it's a bit better ES armor scaling because it gets higher percentage and it's probably a better base. Sure. They hate that skill? Nah, they're going to add it with Templar. They're going to add it when the time is due. Coucher of the Crimson now has 15% increased life, previously 25% reduced. Hey, that's a pretty big change. Went from 25 reduced to 15 increased. Is that that's the Overleech one, right? Coucher... How the heck do you spell this thing? C-O-U-T. C-O-U-T. Which this grants... Yeah, Overflow with Leech. I see. So increased on top of Overflow. Neat. That's kind of cool. Sacrosanctum now has damage taken, recouped his life. So it's just better than it was before. Was that item rare? This thing? I mean, it was basically unused. So, I don't know. Maybe rare. Hard to tell when an item is not very used because it just inflates onto the market and no one ever buys it off the market type of thing. All damage from hits contribute to magnitude chill inflicted on you. Existing items will not change. Okay, so support for self-chill. Warriors. Hey, Warriors got percent increases, and it also got better flat per socket for spirits, better all res, better attribute, better life, better ingredients. Papa John's. Okay, cool. So it's better than it was before. Nice. Hiri's Ire is now doing... No longer has flat to attacks. No longer has this. Gain damage is cold. Freeze duration. Sure. Sure, that makes perfect sense. Queen of the Forest. 25% increased movement speed. Previously 0. It has 1% movement speed per 600 evasion. Previously 800. Capped at 50%. Previously uncapped. This changed. It's not affecting. So basically, if you want 50 MS, you use Queen of the Forest. They capped it? Yeah, they capped it. So basically they made it easier to put on, but less late game potential, basically. It got shot. How much evasion were people even scaling to with Queen of the Forest? I mean, it's still 50 MS, right? It's 75 because you go 1% all the way up to 50, so you have 25 plus 50. I mean, that's still a lot of MS, right? Like, I think there's still going to be a lot of people using that. 75 MS is 75 MS, especially if they're nerfing MS sources elsewhere, right? I got to 100,000 evasion this league. Yeah, but how much investment did that take? Your 100k evasion would have been getting you what? 125 movement speed or something? Like, obviously this is worse than that, but this call requires way less investment now. It gets better with the Vaal. Oh, true. Yeah, you can like negative roll it. That's fair. Thunder Fist, 15 base crit, previously 5, and now deals 40% more lightning damage at all levels. Okay, cool. Adonia's Ego Pinnacle Power, 15% more damage per power charge, previously 8. Adonia's Ego Power. Adonia's plus power charges, minus res per power charge. It doesn't say anything about more damage per power charge. So that's just a fresh new line. The skill now grants more. Okay, I see. So it's a +3 with a bunch of more multiplier as -1 to your maximum charge. That's a wand? Yep. So the skill granted by the wand gives you more damage than it did before. I don't know if you use that over a rare wand, though. Rare wand's probably still better. Valgar Charge Bolt chains 2 additional times with more damage at all levels. Sure. Perfidy has worse avoidance rolls, but now it can avoid all damage types. Okay. Skin of the Loyal now has elemental ailment threshold increased by uncapped chaos res from overcapped resistances. Armor is increased by uncapped, previously overcapped. All right. So this chest piece just got quite a bit better. That's just adding another 75% to the total number, right? Armor staggers. I don't know if you're an armor stagger with this, but it's something. Choir of the Storm's lightning bolt skill has a 5 cooldown uses, previously 1. Okay, so now if you're about to attack an enemy, you'll get 5 right out the gate. Choir nerf. This isn't a choir nerf. This is a slight choir buff. It doesn't change the cooldown rate. It just means like right when an enemy spawns, you can just go bam 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 and get 5 hits from choir right away. But otherwise, it's still is probably a relatively small change overall. Just means when there's downtime, you're building up cooldown. It didn't. The chest was overcapped right before. Now it's specific resistances. Let me look at it. Skin of the Loyal. It is specific resistances, just like it is in the notes, and it is now uncapped versus overcapped. So yeah, that's just a buff, and you are wrong. Because currently it's overcapped, and uncapped is just +75, basically. My favorite thing, somebody saying something when they don't know what they're talking about very confidently. Yes. Uh-oh. I thought I was going to get through the entire time without tech rods. I was wrong. Tech rods. I mean, it had to happen, right? Tech rods was so ridiculous. What did they do to tech rods? Granted by Undying Hate now grants 1 life regen per 16 life spent in the past 4 seconds. Previously, 1 per 8 in 8 seconds. Now has 20% more life cost of skills, previously 50. Holy tech rods. Yikes. Went from an 8-second duration to a 4-second duration, and it had the life spend generation cut in half. So I mean, it's still a good keystone, right? It still is giving you some like regen based on your lifespan, but man, that's a lot weaker. You thought we were gonna escape by? I didn't think I was, but I was just surprised how long it was taking, and we were getting past the T's, so I was getting a little worried there. Man, how far are we? Dude, there's still more notes, dude. We're in danger here. Rune sockets have been renamed to augment sockets, okay? Non-dual items that go in augment sockets have been renamed to socketables to augments, okay? Augment talisman renamed, so they've just redoing a lot of renames. Oh, where is it? Ferals of the Chase, limited to 1. There it is. I mean, Mark confirmed it in the like the message there, but 75 MS boots are now 55 MS boots, right? No, 45 MS boots. Sorry, 65 MS boots are now 45 is what it is. Okay. It was nice knowing you, Feral Rune of the Chase. That is a buff to liches, though, right? Unless they nerfed the Tech Rod jewel for liches, because liches can use this and the Tech Rod jewel, right? Unless you're a witch, then it's a 65% buff. Well, it's not a buff to Lich. Lich would use 2 Rune of Chase plus 1 Tech Rods. Now they have 1 Chase and 1 Tech Rod. All right, so movement speed hit, and then some of the other good runes are hit as well. I'm guessing that's maybe they're including the one that gives you +1 all gem level, which I don't remember what that one is called. Warding is better, limited to 1. I'm guessing maybe one of the gem level ones got hit. There's a lot of limits on these, so I don't know if I don't remember which one's the +1. They're all limited to 1? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Soul cores, idols, and the special runes. But the regular runes are not limited, it looks like, is what it ended up being. Cost efficiency, enemies cursed take increased damage, magnitude of ailments, exposure. What other changes do we have in here? Recoup effects, minus chaos res. Surpassing arrow, still have no idea what the hell that is. Spell damage, specific damage type, damages extra elements, mods, and staves are now 33% stronger. Yeah, so they make staves are now the DPS option, and wand and focus are going to be the defensive option. We may be entering a stave meta. Skip to the no add arrow mod. The modifiers for bow attacks fire additional arrows on bows have been disabled. Yes! 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 Hit him again! Hit him again! Now we're talking! Holy, I can't believe I glanced past that. Another Deadeye nerf has hit the Deadeye Tower. Oh, yes. More blood. Get him. That's what I'm talking about. He's dead, John? Nah. More. Focuses have higher ES values. Sure. Foci can no longer roll the top 2 tiers of spell damage. Sure. So cutting back on some of the focus power makes some fair sense to me. Expo Lich is unaffected. I haven't seen too many nerfs to Expo Lich. Expo Lich is looking pretty solid, I would say. Expo Lich is also is tied to multiple pretty expensive / rare items. So do keep that in mind. If you're thinking I'm gonna start Expo Lich, just think about it a little bit. About like look at the items that build uses, because some of them are not very easily acquired in terms of expense. You missed that they're essentially just rewording the arrow. Oh, did I? A new mod has been added to bows, plus X% chance, surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. This is definitely not the same as this, right? If that's what you mean, like this is definitely like what the hell does surpassing chance mean, right? Saying +2 fire arrows versus 50% chance to fire an additional arrow, like that's a very heavy nerf, I think. I don't know. If you get over 100, then maybe it'll be +1. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like a pretty big hit. %200 is still 2 additional arrows. Okay. So you guys are optimistic that this is going to be 100%, 200%. I think you guys are coping. But please do log into your Deadeye again, and we'll see who's right. Okay. We'll see who's right. It's a below it. Oh my word! Wait, what the hell is this? Rolls 175 to 200. Ah! No! No! They can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. What the hell is this? All right. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, listen, guys. This mod is going to be more rare, and it's going to have some other conditions that make it bad. Trust. Let me dream. Okay, let me dream. Totem at a great club. Empowers. Oh, yeah, they were doing some buffs to the... to some of the weapons. Wait. Crushes enemies on hit. This is less damage than before. Less damage than before. Wait a minute. This is more damage than it was previously. Damage increase. I like how this says 10% damage increase. And this doesn't mention that it's a damage decrease. They're like, don't worry, this is a damage buff, guys. Don't look at this other thing. Never reading. Listen, reading. Dude, I've been reading for a while. Look how many notes we've gotten through. I've been putting in the time, putting in the grind, okay? So Mace stuff, who freaking cares? We're playing Talisman, because Talismans are going to be GG. Fork Spear, Branch Spear, some base type changes. We don't care, guys. We're playing Talismans, believe. Of the mage modifiers, +1 to all spell skills on Focus, Amulet now have a level requirement of 10, previously 5. Note this change will affect all items, okay? Plus Coals staves, +1 to fire from +2, now applies to equivalent modifiers. Existing now will be affected. Use Divine Orbs. Wait, does this mean the plus levels are just going down? Voker, I think he's giving it like a roll range. Is that what it is? And they started at a lower amount. Perfect Essence of Battle is now +3 from +4. Perfect Essence of Battle is +5 from +6. So they were hitting the essences slightly. Sorcery Essence. That's a ton of spell damage. 128. Is that like for friggin' like staff? Or is that for like I could use that on a wand? That's like better than runic. Is that just staff? I need to like log in game right now to compare. Those are definitely the stave numbers. Hey, we gotta verify. Trust but verify. You know what I'm saying? Trust but verify. $75 to $89. Essence Source staff was 80 to 94. So that is staff mod, right? Because that was the staff number. Okay. And that makes sense because they're talking about staves. Fair enough. I'm assuming that also means maybe the one-hand ones are affected too, but all right. All right. So staves easier to craft % damage then. Is Greater Essence a regal? Upgrades a magic. So now you can take a magic staff that has like plus levels and put on 180 damage. That's kind of crazy. Perfect Battle. One-handed melee weapons and bows have had their level downgraded. Hitting the battle essences wherever they go. Stave meta. I mean, staves are unironically... Okay. Wand plus focus was more damage than staff because they could just get raw like 20%, 30% more stats. But if staves on average got 30% stronger and then they downgraded the damage on focus, that means that they actually fill the role of being the better DPS option. And you only have to craft one item versus wand plus focus. You needed 2 good items, which is like twice as expensive, right? Digital power. I like to use that in the offhand already anyways. Which, I don't think that's going to change there. Light-footed can no longer roll. Acrobatics now grants it. Light-footed. Is this the movement speed roll? Did Trial of Sekimas just lose movement speed? Wait, which one's light-footed? Which one's light-footed? Wait. Trial of Sekima runners are on suicide watch right now. What the hell is that? PoE 2DB. Modifiers. Earn relic. Movement speed. Hasted, nimble. No, that's not light-footed. What the hell is light-footed then? Because hasted, swift, and nimble are the movement speed ones. Who knows what the hell light-footed is then, but it's gone. Dodge roll distance? Oh. Do people like that? I liked movement speed. I don't know. Maybe there's some dodge roll enjoyers that just got hit. Deal reduced damage, the traps do. Yeah, so they're downgrading them. So maybe light-footed was a lower roll of this or whatever. Dodge roll is broken in Sakamas. I just liked having giga movement speed personally. I know the dodge roll like distance was decent, but I was a movement speed enjoyer. But yeah, rest in peace for the dodge roll, guys. All right, Endgame changes. Well, they have done some stuff that buffs a lot of mechanics, right? This is all pretty much buffs, right? This just looks like a lot of numbers going up. So they're like, hey, we removed Delirium Fog. We're going to increase some of the roll ranges on some of these things to try to offset the removal of Delirium Fog. Sure. Some nerfs, yeah. I don't really want to like read through them that much. It looks like mostly numbers go up from everyone I've looked at so far. You want people to have FOMO about Delhi? Is it different? Yeah, it's different. Delhi in PoE 2 is way more mandatory. Like it's still probably somewhat mandatory in PoE 1, you can argue for sure, but in PoE 2 it's a lot more of a comparative loot multiplier, I feel like. Improved some visibility stuff. Isle of Kin, sure. Oloroff after being defeated. Kosa's Lightning Barrage no longer hit with 9 projectiles at point blank range. So a nerf to Kosa's. Guys, I think the last relevant thing is bug fixes. Are there any last minute nerfs to the Deadeyes and the bug fixes? Quant is gone. Rest in peace, Quant done. Ragaz Flow untouched. Oh, you think it's untouched? Prepare to pay 100 divines, my friend, because it surely got a drop rate nerf. Fixed a bug where the spread of Ignite was incorrectly just inflicting a single hit worth of flammability when it's blah, 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 flammability. L patch overall? I would say W patch overall. Because Deadeyes got nerfed and they needed it. It's for the best. Any patch that nerfs the Deadeye players is a good patch. There's a Roa buff, there better not be. Fixed the issue with Lightning Warp that could remove corpses from reviving. Fixed the bug where Wind Dancer did not scale with modifiers to area damage. Fixed the bug where Ravenous Swarm did not display the active swarm limit. Return of Synthesis 2.0, I'm freaking pumped, man. It's going to be a good time. Bloodhunt lost consumption explosion to sometimes deal the incorrect amount of damage. Maybe a nerf, maybe a buff. Who knows? Fixed the bug where Smith the Katana with Manifest Spare would only do damage on the first half of its dash. He hates Fubgun? No, I don't hate Fubgun. Guys, my Deadeye hate is built up from years of dealing with the situation where I go to buy an item and the person on the other end, if it's a toxic trade environment, being 90% of the time a Deadeye. You know, the years of dealing with toxic traders, repricers, people who like, you know, can't freaking respond to their trades. It's pretty much always is Deadeye, you know? And I've learned, you know, I've been conditioned over years of dealing with this crap to dislike the Deadeye players. That wasn't just Deadeyes, it was mostly Deadeyes. That's the reason. You know, if it was like only Deadeyes like 10% of the time, you know, even though there's 19 classes, 10% still, you know, above average, but it wouldn't be that bad. But it was like 90%. I go / who is, it said level 89 Deadeye in Crimson Temple. Was it level 2 Rangers? Nah, it was mostly Deadeyes. Wasn't all dead eyes, but it was some always dead eyes. Yeah. Dunes. Dunes is more recent. You guys know previously for a large portion of PoE, you could not swap a div card drop from another map to a new map. Scrying is a relatively new thing. Burial Chambers, yeah, it was Burial Chambers before it was Crimson Temple. But Crimson Temple was the more recent map that I referenced. But yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea. How's the patch looking, Scravity? Looks like a fun mechanic. A lot of nerfs to Dead Eyes. They're doing some changes to Endgame that a lot of people are saying, you know, Endgame's dead. They said, hey, we're going to nerf the amount of monsters, but then buff the loot proportionally. So we'll see how that pans out. All in all, I'm kind of excited. I want to do, I need to look through the Druid stuff. Is there any important bugs in here? Nameless Seer automatic closing his shop if you're taking a unique item from him. Coach, co-op bug. I think we're probably fine, man. There's a lot of patch notes. I think I kind of want to look at the Druid picture. Bloodmage's got effed up? Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Adaloo's tech rods, those are very, very unbalanced things. It was kind of expected. They put this up for Druid. Let's see here. Does it have the ascendancy points? It does not show the ascendancy points, does it? Drill neck, gain deflection equal to 30% of evasion. Attacks, projectiles return if they've pierced at least 2 times. Press kit at the bottom. Oh, does this have it? The press kit has the picture. Like less bad in terms of quality. Let's take a look at it. Druid infographic. That's not the right thing. If I can find it. The Shaman Ascendancy is what we want to look at. Bum, 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 bum. That's not correct. This is just the Oracle. The Oracle's artwork looks sick, but I think the Shaman looks quite strong. Whoops. Mistakes were made. I do not know which one of these is actually the correct. Let's give me the actual ability to see the artwork before I open it. I feel lied to, guys. You guys said it. You said it was in the press kit. It's not in the press kit. All right, we're looking at the blurry image. We're looking at the blurry image. It is not in the press kit. Unfortunate. The blurry image is outdated per GGG. What the hell? So we just don't know then? Some of this seems pretty freaking good. Like this one, for example, 40 flat spirit per available empty charm slot. You just go 4 empty charm slots and you have 120 spirit. Like, that seems pretty crazy. Gain the benefits of additional bonded modifiers on runes. And we don't know what this thing is. That's the one that leans to Apocalypse, which looks like it could be fun. Physical damage taken as various elements. Adaptations have resistance. Take less damage per adaptation, matching that type. Recoup. Recoup is ES. Max rage. Take less damage per adaptation, matching the adaptation. Gain one adaptation when you hit by an elemental damage type, matching that type. I missed that. You guys didn't see that. I really like the raged wheel. I do like the max spirit wheel. To me, that looks like some fun things to have the scaled up rage with the casting stuff. I'm thinking about going Bear Rage Apocalypse. Yeah, we'll have to see what this is. This node before it. Obviously, this is going to force you into some travel points, depending on how you choose to go about it, right? And we'll have to see what extra benefits you get on runes and stuff. No essence nerfs. There were a few essence nerfs. Not many, though. Not many. The biggest nerf was the nerf to homogenizing. Let's be honest, that is, I think, by far the biggest nerf to the overall landscape of crafting. I'm gonna do a watering plants build. Yeah, the plant skills did look kind of neat. Apocalypse. Right on, I'm going to bed. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here, guys. I think that's a very fair point because it's getting late. Tomorrow, we'll probably dig a bit more into like some level of planning on figuring out what we want to go, but I'm leaning towards the shaman. They said apparently, I guess you guys are saying that the infographic we have is outdated for the shaman, so we'll have to get more information on it, but I'm definitely leaning towards the shaman with the rage nodes. But I mean, we'll see. We need to see more information about the other guy's like secondary passive tree he has access to. Like that seems like it could be potentially crazy powerful depending on what's back there and whatnot. So Mark said homogenizing got deleted. Yeah, that they were saying it was gone. But yeah, we're gonna call it for the day, guys. Good info drop. League mechanic looks cool. Druid looks decent. Bummer there's no endgame rework. Like significant change. Obviously, we have the tower change that happened that they did like before PoE 1 League launched last, few months ago or whatever. So, we'll go from there. We're gonna do probably some planning tomorrow. Refresh our memory on what's good in PoE 2. And that's where we'll call it. I'll send you guys over to somebody who I haven't rated in a long time because he doesn't stream PoE 1 and we haven't been playing. PoE 2. I'll send you guys over to Rake the Chef, who is a pretty chill dude. And he's been maining PoE 1 basically, or PoE 2 the entire time during the PoE 1 League. He is not a tourist, as they say. He's a local. So he's probably got that cultured local take, if you know what I mean. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had fun. And I will see you guys all later. Enjoy Rake's stream. Peace out, guys. Have a good night.